Good luck, have fun, everyone.
Don't even dream about it. You're not built for it.
8 players.
Check.
2 checks, 4 checks,
Check.
5 check, 6 check,
Good.
7, 9 check.
Check.
1 check.
Check.
Check. 2 checks.
Check.
5 check.
Good.
Live, we are here in Austin, Texas for our Wednesday night 5-5 no limit hold'em game, usually a $10 and $20 straddle, and as is customary, we will kick things off here with a double board PLO bomb pot.
What up, Kyle?
How are you, Uncle T?
I'm good. Good. Psyched. Let's go.
Yeah, good lineup tonight. A lot of familiar faces. A couple new ones. In fact, gentleman in seat 2, I'm not sure has played on stream just yet. The return of Just James in seat 5. Good to see him back.
Yeah, that's Pariah. Just met him.
And not an explosive bomb pot to start things off, but Caleb and Bones will start off up $100. Never bad to win the personal.
No, it's nice, especially if it's kind of a sedate one, which they usually are to start with. I mean, we've seen a couple crazy ones early, but
Yeah. We've actually unfortunately seen folks get stacked on the first bomb pot, which is obviously kind of the nightmare scenario. But
well, that BPIP
such is life.
that happened in that BPIP Survivor game, which is not super surprising. I think it was that one, the last one we had.
Stack sizes are across the bottom of your screen, ranging between 25. Well, actually, just James in for looks like he started with 800, but most stacks around 2,500, 3,000.
Yeah, and this is a uncapped. So I don't know if we'll see some matching at some point or more money get on the table. Hopefully, the more the better.
Looks like Kevin's going to raise up a suited ace here from the cutoff.
Your kids want you.
Let's hope so.
Kevin C with also a suited ace. Going to go 4 ways to a flop. Queen high, couple of clubs, and that'll be a pretty nice flop for Kevin. He flops a pair and a flush draw.
Kevin C. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get used to clarifying the
Yeah,
initial, and he just immediately gets there with the nuts.
That's why I call Kevin C. Cree. So I'll remember.
Kevin is not going to slow play, and he'll get a call from Manny here.
That's up.
Yeah, Manny's did hit the 6. It'd be bad if he hit another. But no, that board's going to shut him down.
Yeah, if Manny thought he was behind potentially before to a flush, he's definitely going to be.
Yeah, Creek hates this and just hates
Yeah,
it.
just a really bad run out when you turn the nuts.
And he hopes he's got a big club, you know, maybe thinking he does, maybe stuck around with king of clubs, but Manny's going to stare into his mirrored sunglasses and fold.
Who's supposed to be here?
Kevin C will be the beneficiary of the first no limit hand.
Yeah, folks, welcome to the live stream. This is TCH Social in Austin, Texas, the 5-5 live stream. A lot of familiar faces, a couple of new ones. You see Bones in seat 1. We got Pariah in seat 2. Evan will be joining us in seat 3. The Creek, Kevin C in 4.
You look tan.
Just James, who is just going by James.
Where'd you go?
So I guess we can't call him Just James.
Yeah, maybe,
We just have to
yeah.
call him Just James.
Does that mean he elevated? He's not just James. He's
Yes.
just, he's the real James. now.
He's the OG
Full
James.
James.
Yeah. And Manny Fresh in seat 6. Diddy the Eddie in seat 7. Barber, who doesn't go by Barber either anymore. Caleb and KY in seat 9.
I will definitely accidentally be calling Caleb Barber a few times tonight.
Yeah, and you know, Kevin and Kevin.
Yeah. C and Y. Kevin Y in the 9 seat. And he will limp the Doyle Brunson hand. A couple of 6s for Bones. He'll play him aggressively from the cutoff. Make a raise here.
Did he see a card?
just want to make sure. Yeah.
Just remind everybody, if you'd like to come down and play some poker tonight at our location here at Anderson Mill at 183, we have our triple stack tournament just started, and we'll have registration, I think, right until about
Entertainment value, I think
9:15.
I'm just-
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that triple stack
I was thinking
structure.
raise. I
It's
was
actually
thinking
the only
raise.
negative of
Raise.
doing the stream.
Yeah, I agree.
As a commentator, I would be all over that one if I was not in here with you guys.
Check.
Gut shot for Caleb.
One bet's 50.
Sixes is going to put out a little bit of a blocker bet. Maybe see where he is.
Yeah, it's a range bet too, so Bones can easily represent all the big hands there, so takes that one down easily.
Okay.
Got pre-flop bet.
Just a little bit.
You make the raise pre-flop, and a hand like that looks like it would hit really big.
And I had a conversation with another player recently about that specific scenario. So if you just set mine and you only win the pot when you make a set, it's going to be very tough to play small pairs profitably. But if you play it the way Bones did there and take it down when you can make an easy range bet on a flop that favors you, you can play them much more profitably. King Queen suited for Caleb. And Kevin, his turn with a medium pair. And Bones, back-to-back pairs. He's got tens. He'll just flat. Does have position on Kevin.
Manny's got ace-jack. Well, we're going to have some action early. Looks like he's going to raise. He does. Pretty good raise. 155.
Relatively classic squeeze spot here with a hand like ace-jack, so don't mind this move at all from Manny. Bones has under-repped his hand for sure, and Kevin is getting great odds to try to flop a set, so I don't imagine he's going to be going anywhere. But
yeah, this puts, you see that Caleb is going to fold that, which I love this hand. I love the way it looks, but he's got three players behind him and a big blind that just bet into him. That screams strength, even though it could be a squeeze. Kevin's going to go along with it and set mine.
And Kevin is going to 5-bet. I thought he may do that, Manny, with the loose aggressive image, as these players know. So this is a really nice move by Kevin. And Manny undeterred. We'll see a flop, and this is a pretty fair fight going
It is
to
a very fair
the
fight.
flop.
You see that by the equity. Not a flip. No such thing in poker unless you both have aces.
And
Bink.
Jack in the window. Manny gets there immediately. Top pair, top kicker, and insta-bets 500, or 400, excuse me.
Slight down bet from the previous 4-bet.
And Kevin just kind of in a bit of a gross spot. Manny can lead here with a lot of different hands,
Yeah.
including some draws that he's ahead of.
Yeah. Even combos.
Pretty big blank
Yeah.
with the 6 of hearts on the turn, and Manny, he's going to keep going for some hefty value here.
Yeah, and doing it quickly, which, Manny is pretty deliberate on calls, but can be quick like this on raises or bets. So, we've already got a large pot brewing.
Yeah, and that's 6. If Kevin asking if you're going to call flop and a blank like that comes on the turn, it's tough to get away. However, Manny has looked pretty confident in his hand so far, so could get away, but he'll make the call. So 2,800 in the middle, and Manny a 97% favorite. Another blank on the river, so deuce of spades really changes nothing, and Manny reaching again.
Making the same bet.
Yeah, he just keeps going for value here, and good grief. Kevin
Gets a call.
just so pot committed.
What is that, a $3,800 pot?
Just about, yeah, 30, yeah. Great math, Uncle T. Uncle T is mathing today.
I've been able to add 1,000 to a number since I guess it was my second year of college.
Is that they're good at teaching that at University of Texas?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
A very nice hand there for Manny, and that's certainly a case of history and player image benefiting him. So he's up to nearly 5K after that hand. Not the way Kevin wanted to start, but a long way to go. It just seems to be a theme here. Folks go worst to first pretty frequently, and Kevin's going to add on 1K here.
Wow, that's a bold little raise.
Well, we don't see KY starting to hole very often.
Yeah, that is not been a habit of his for sure.
Not lately.
You can put me on all night.
Caleb with the $10
I
straddle.
can do I'm 10 all
Pretty
night.
much an auto.
Yeah, let's just do auto.
Yeah, it should be a mandatory too. Does everybody agree to that?
We'll see that on
Mandatory
probably
10
nearly every hand, if not every hand, and occasional 20. I want to say in this game we've gotten up to like 160, maybe even a $320 straddle. So
We couldn't have done much about that board.
things can go off the rails. Kevin C now going to raise up a couple of Broadway cards. Caleb will complete with his straddle already in the pot. 994, a couple of hearts. King high still good for Kevin C. He will c-bet and probably take this down. Indeed he does.
Did everyone agree to the mandatory 10 straddle? Any objection?
Now this is quite different, Uncle T, from our game last week. We're 6 hands in and we haven't had an all-in yet. And I believe at this point last week we had probably 4 or 5 all-ins already.
Yeah, that Survivor's VPIP game that Modelo Poppy put together is just more fun than a box of monkeys. And we were very gratified. You know, I said it was like a WWE match, and then Monday night our live stream with the tournament, the 100K tournament, would be golf. But we actually had a really nice live stream content from Monday night as well, including an all-in on hand 5. So we've been spoiled the last couple of weeks. Caleb with the peaks.
Yeah, if you enjoy tournament poker final tables, finish watching us tonight with this cash game, but I would recommend going back and watching our Monday show. That was a lot of fun, some very interesting hands. I won't spoil any of it, but we had some big coolers, some bad beats, and some really great plays. And Caleb's got kings here. Goes with a pretty big sizing and just going to take down mostly some blind money here. It's one of the challenges in a game like this. Players want to be in the action, but obviously you're trying really hard to find a size with a hand like kings that you can go heads up or maybe 3 ways at most. But then when sometimes you choose that size, alarm bells go off, everybody folds.
Yeah.
Always kind of a careful balance.
Well, Evan showed up, C3. Glad to see him in. So we got a full table. Yeah, I didn't see exactly how much he bought in for, but it looks like a sizable stack.
Manny with an ace. Gonna limp. Caleb in there with a suited king 10. Your choice for most overrated, Uncle T?
Clubs make it a little easier, a little better.
A little prettier.
You can
And
see.
7 deuce for Bones. Of course, he was in the straddle and top pair.
Yeah.
Decent kicker for Caleb, so he's in the driver's seat. Gonna make a half pot bet.
I play in San Antonio. I live in San Marcos, so I play in San Antonio.
Yeah, it comes along with just a stick. Doing a little fishing for 2 pair.
Manny undeterred with ace high.
2-5.
Does have the only heart.
25. Then there's 30.
Deuce of spades, backdoor flush.
Just a lot of
Comes in, nobody with spades. Manny does block the knuckle draw, but
You won't listen?
Caleb's gonna bet again, and
Let's say Card House is where I play. What day of the week did you go?
Manny wants to hang on here.
On a Friday or Saturday night?
Friday night.
Pretty safe turn card for Caleb. Probably wouldn't hate to get a little more action here.
Seattle Mike. They need to build a
It's
T-Street.
like Manny is gonna send this to the muck.
I think I have one a little south of there. But I don't the accent or the play?
No.
No, boy,
The nearest TCH is in the valley,
Mostly just man.
other than Houston and Dallas.
Speaking of Manny, he's up nearly 2K already.
You never played in Houston. It's your prayer bad thing.
Kevin C up a bit.
That's home for me. That's where I grew up.
Kevin came in for 3,000.
Houston for somebody.
Well, it's especially south.
I didn't feel. I'm gonna play with myself today.
I'd like to welcome everybody to the chat. TCH Social Live Austin. We love it when you chat often. Questions, comments,
Get down.
opinion.
I'm serious. Or stinking jokes because it's all refinery.
There's a lot of.
All we ask is we'll make fun of your commentators. I'm going to put it out there, though. I'm going to call you Kyle
Yeah, the motel. I mean, the hotel is like
for your request.
That is my first name.
It is your first name. I think we need to ask the chat what your,
You can go down.
like I'm Uncle T. Obviously, my name is Tom.
Bachelors play and the
What we need to call Kyle?
Oh,
We need
no.
like a new
New pet name?
Pierre,
New poker name?
which is Fridge for nickname.
I don't know if she's stuck there or not.
What do we need to call Kyle?
I can still go Kyle Whammo Frisbee.
Yeah, I want something new and original.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I like Whammo, but I
Pretty
think
used to it.
you need to project your brand with authority.
Oh. I mean, Whammo does sound somewhat aggressive.
It does. It does.
But it was not actually the origination of the nickname. But I think occasionally people have not known my last name is Frisbee and where that came from. But and thought that I was just saying I'm going to whammo this table or something to that effect.
That's not the image you want to project.
No, well, it actually optimizes somewhat guilty with his name too. It sounds like he wants to optimize every hand, but it's actually related to his company.
Yes.
And we have a nut flush draw here for Manny, and nobody with an ace.
Or a 9.
Manny's going to bet his draw and probably take this down uncontested, and does. Pretty hot start here for Manny in the early going.
Yeah, $25 bomb pots get pretty healthy quick.
Number T, I'm going to ask you for a little help with C2 Pariah.
Pariah.
Pariah. Okay.
Yeah.
Especially if somebody goes,
We have him with us.
$2, $3, and
It's like the
bucks.
Yet to have a very playable hand.
It's a very interesting nomenclature to that name. A pariah is typically somebody that is given a negative reputation.
Oh,
Like
interesting.
right now, P. Diddy is a pariah.
Oh, that,
it goes fast.
So I when I saw that, or when he told me what that was, I was like, what was it?
I don't mind it. Like
Piranha?
well,
Hey, Kyle the Piranha Frisbee.
no.
Come on.
Well, assuming
that.
you're dead on your pariah definition, which I do trust, P. Diddy may be the biggest pariah in the world at the moment.
Yeah, he is. He is. It used to be Bill Cosby. Before that, it was Michael Jackson. Now it's it's kind of P. Diddy.
Yeah, there was a little R. Kelly in the midst of that
Yes, there
too.
was Mark Kelly.
Set of 8s for Evan on the top board here.
My all-time favorite pariah though was OJ. It just
Yeah,
couldn't
he
be-
kind of
I think Harvey
Weinstein.
Weinstein is in there, but of course, Jeffrey Epstein is the all-time pariah of all time.
Yeah, that one is hard to dispute.
Well, we got a set of 8s for Evan.
They got a
Middle set.
7 game.
Looks like 6-8 is
Yeah, I do have
good.
it.
No, 9. No, he needs a 6. So that really Evan's got a lot. He could hit the gapper.
Caleb does have the 6-8 straight already, and 2 pair, in fact, but no good with Evan's set.
Now 9-8 is double drawing to the jack and the 6.
More reasonably priced.
Right now, the 8-6 is still good, although I doubt Caleb feels that way. Doesn't have any redraws. Nobody's got any spades. Clubs, mediocre clubs for Manny Fresh.
See what Evan wants to do here with his set. Fortunately for him, no flushes or straights for his top board at the moment, so he's going to make a big bet.
Yep, when I got one board, I go hard. Especially if it looks like something just came in like it did to some degree for the bottom board. Somebody could stick around with spade.
Manny wisely folding.
6-8 is still best hand, but you got 2 removal cards on the top as we go to the final with the 2 leaders.
Evan does have scoopability here. Boats up on the top, and
So does well, no, just a
yeah, it would be
6-8 is still good, but now that is the worst thing you see is having the nut straight is that paired board. If Evan comes at this hard,
yeah. It looks like they're just going to check it down. Understandably, neither player completely in love with their hand on those river cards.
yeah, the aces and the king 6, king ace, king 8, all of those beat the 8s over kings.
Yeah, an overplayed hand, and Evan did not overplay it in this case, but those bottom set or, third pair type sets,
Yeah.
people get in a lot of trouble when they make boats with that because people a lot more often than in No Limit Hold'em will have a higher boat.
Yeah. Yeah, I always try to tell myself in the bomb pot that whatever I think is unlikely is the one I have to be scared of.
Yeah.
I had a hand last week where I had second nut boat, and the only thing that beat me were 2 jacks, and I had a jack in my hand.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, the case jack has got to be in the other person's hand. And I was like, uh-oh. Beware of what's unlikely in bomb pots.
Well, especially in No Limit Hold'em, typically some of the very best players are not going to be afraid of monsters under the bed, but to your point, Uncle T, I think in bomb pots, there are monsters under the bed, and it's very important to be aware of that. 3-bet here from Steady. He's got a couple of 10s. Comes over the top of Manny's raise. He's got king, queen. Bones in there with yet another small pair.
Three players.
Nine, 8, 3. 10 still good. Relatively favorable flop for Eddie's 10s. Looks like he's going to come out with a pretty hefty bet here. Try to protect his overpair. Goes nearly pot. Bones out of there. Manny does have 2 overs, but Steady probably not getting out of line here too often. See what Manny wants to do. Thinks better of it. Let's go. Good fold, Manny.
Yeah, pretty nice board. Rainbow, 9-8. You're blocking the straight. Pretty nice. 2 overs.
I never claim to be able to do it every time, but I'm getting a little better at getting in the mind of Manny because part of me was like, I could see him raising here too.
I could too. I was actually
It's-
thinking about that when
yeah.
it took a couple seconds. Now, like I said, with his calls and folds, Manny is very, very regimented in the time he takes. But I thought, is there something going on behind the mirrors? You know,
Yeah.
is he thinking about making a move here? Now, that was a difficult board to do that with. Because if you didn't rep a pair before, it's hard to rep it now.
Well, no, I opened up at 30.
And be careful about getting into the line of Manny. You have no idea what kind of landscape that is.
It is definitely a creative mind that hates to fold. I will say that, and I mean that as a compliment. He's fun to watch play.
Oh, I totally agree. Totally agree.
See, that's what I need to drink. I need one of those for every meal for the next 6.5 months.
Yeah, no, usually I don't want to.
Good.
Juice,
Got Pascal in the box,
pineapple and beans.
putting the cards in the air.
Name.
See one of our servers in the background taking the players' orders. We do have a full bar and restaurant here at TCH Social Austin. They hired a executive chef to design the menu, and it definitely shows some of the best food with more than fair prices. I would put our restaurant up against any of the North Central Austin
Is it good though?
restaurants, particularly unbeatable that the restaurant is open late night.
Was that beet pineapple you said?
This one is beet juice and pineapple juice.
Good.
It's not thick.
Beet's good for you.
Yeah.
Got a raise from
But
Always
Priya
bugs me out when I eat
with ace 8 off. Manny's going to call
this one
his ace and
really.
Mix that with asparagus.
6
and
deuce
that's-
deuce. So ace high with a 9 kicker, still good for Manny, but Priya is going to bet ace high good on this board a lot of the time. However, at this moment he is out kicked. And Manny's going to be a believer in Priya taking down his first hand of the night. He'll get onto the scoreboard. Please hit that like button. Subscribe to the stream.
Good for you, but I hate
Come to you every Wednesday night, as well as special events like we have at the final table on Monday.
I guess that's what
yeah, I mean,
And obviously, we're always more than happy to interact with the chat if you have a question or maybe a funny comment.
beets, broccoli, Brussels sprouts. My mother was always a
3 players.
starving kids in China. You better eat your food.
yeah, I never understood.
Rack
that.
holdings, but Manny, top pair,
And I had to clean it all off. my
and
board.
actually an open ender for steady with deuce 4, but 9 of spades on the turn. Does not improve anyone.
I can't complain.
Small bet here from Manny.
Can't be ungrateful, but
Steady going to call with his open ender.
Heads up.
then somehow there became a worldwide.
And another spade on the river does downgrade Manny to second pair, but he'll bet, and
cooking.
Steady Eddie ends up on the river with just 4 high. So another win there for Manny.
Thank you.
What is that?
The 10 years anniversary?
I have an extra.
Did you get one?
This is live.
Not that one. I didn't get that one.
TCH Social Austin, Texas, on a 15-minute delay.
These games
I don't know how many days.
Uncle T in the booth, along with Kyle.
I use it as a
You can't just say Kyle. You gotta have something more than Kyle.
4 winners. I'm excited. 5 goals.
Kyle the Piranha Frisbee.
You on that one, lady?
Manny, we got 35 sold.
Where do you get those things?
And he looks like he's going to raise the queen 9 in the small blind. Trying to punish the Larry Limpers. No, Kevin actually raised 35. I'm sorry, Kevin C. Creek. Steady Eddie. 3 bets to the Jack 10 suited, as he should.
3 players.
Fortunately, it misses everybody, although Manny's drawing,
2,500.
sort of. Gut shot for Steady Eddie, but he took the early lead, so he's going to, again, as we say, rep that big hand because he was the flop raiser and takes it down since everybody else missed completely.
You have a kid on like, don't give me $2,500 for no reason. That's what my wife is saying. That's what my wife said, you know? Yes.
Not gonna do it.
I don't care about anything else. Like, it's not like he loses, I want to see him walk down Congress naked.
Exactly what I was thinking. Something like
I
that.
don't give a shit.
So he doesn't see what it is. No, Kevin's already. Oh, good. What do you got?
If I have to walk down Congress naked,
Oh, shit, yeah, I get
I get arrested for indecency. and all
You're
that.
liking it. He's liking it more.
That actually might help you lose a little weight, though.
You're building up a lot,
You know,
man.
you just
Yeah,
have to walk
really, no
down
matter
Congress
what.
naked.
I was first pick.
That actually would make you want to lose a little weight, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, walk down Congress naked, yeah.
Something other than.
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, if I made the bet, I would be there like live streaming it. But I will say, you know what's weird though? Like when I was thinner, I was more self-conscious about my body than I am now.
That's you reached the not give a shit stage.
Yeah, because I have kids now. You know? So it's like there's more important things to worry about than self-image.
You got kids?
One, and I have one on the way.
You can frame that to give you all the motivation you need.
Yeah, that's what my wife's saying too.
Yeah, what better motivation is that than life for your kids?
Yeah. I have a disabled kid, so like, I know I'm gonna have to be around for a long time. Otherwise, he's gonna
Try to get as healthy as you can. As you get older, it gets a lot tougher.
King, king, queen misses everybody.
It's a time thing. It's a time thing. Is that why I get
Backdoor
tougher? I don't think it
clubs
becomes physically more difficult.
for Kevin, and a gut shot for Caleb, and really nothing for Manny. But it looks like
I don't
Manny is
know.
the better, as Manny would
I
do
find
Manny.
it just as easy now to do the same thing as I did.
And he's
when I
going to
was
get a
like
fold
19
here,
when I
take
first
down
started.
this hand.
As now I lose like.
Can't imagine Kevin
What?
continuing,
What?
When you're like 28,
and
27.
he does. So we're through 16 hands. We got Paz in the box. The Pasquale, who is the amazing Pasquale, as I call him.
Next year.
The mistake is it's not a smooth
Kristen's
line.
in the box.
It's like a step
I'm sorry, in the producer's room.
like this.
Pasquale in the box.
Downhill like
We've
this.
got Kyle, the blank man, Frisbee, and here with me,
Down, you step off like
Uncle T. And our task for the night is to think of some options of online nicknames. I mean, what are you going to be?
Extra year you have.
I think I'll keep the whammo. I just
Kevin wants to go win and shoot me.
it's been kind of interesting that I think also my voice sounds a bit different on the stream. So, oh, you're the stream guy. But
You know, well, I think we always think our voices sound different than they do because they're resonating
In our own
inside our
head.
empty heads,
Yeah.
you know. But
I like the fact that he's going to choose.
but we don't, you know, we also talk a certain way. I think even as I was almost said unprofessional. We're not professionally trained like my buddy Kitty, who's a professionally trained radio voice. So we do talk a little different.
yeah, my
We're on the
only
table.
professional training was lots and lots of PowerPoint presentations, but certainly not commentating a
Death by slides.
sport.
Manny style.
Boy, it's been all Manny. It feels like he's won half the hands. He's got 9s dominating the 7s of James here.
We're gonna go heads up. James significantly up against 2.5-1 dog. Bink. Bink.
And what a start for James. Set up here for a double up. He's got a set. Manny with an overpair. James trying to decide if he's going to raise his now or later.
That's a really good thought because he does, he wants to see an overcard. So I like that call. He wants to see an ace or queen, something that's more in his range. Doesn't like that much.
Another low card, and he'll check over to Manny. Check, check.
That's a really good check by Manny. Now, Manny may rep this queen.
And he'll check, check.
Oh.
Yeah, I like the check by James. Can get Manny to either bluff at it or he has the queen and he can
I guarantee
take
you
it down.
What's in his head right now is, oh my gosh, I just checked twice really smartly to the most aggro player at the table and got nothing out of it.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate setup there for him, but
Great instincts by
But
Manny.
basically, the way he played that is probably most profitable, except for when Manny has something like exactly what he had in this particular
I'm
case.
sitting here thinking, how did Manny not raise that first, or bet that first check? That board is great for nines.
Maybe he had some kind of read, actually.
I think he might have like, what would just call me?
Well, in the future, when we have player interviews, we'll have to ask Manny what he was
that's-
thinking there.
We are.
That is coming, most likely, to the stream.
Yeah.
In the works.
We're looking for it. Gonna plan it out a little better, and then we've always wanted to put more content into this, give y'all what you want, and we're gonna try some things.
9 players.
I'm gonna do my best Howard Cosell.
9 check.
That was a horrible Howard Cosell. That was Howard Cosell if he was Katherine Hepburn.
Well, fortunately or unfortunately, if that had been a perfect Howard Cosell, I would not have known the difference. So.
Oh, really?
To me, that was perfect on
Oh,
PT. I'll give you
wow.
credit.
Wow, what a low bar. 3s for Kevin C, but that's about, I don't see 7s. Looking for the pair. I always look for the pairs to match up with the pairs when we run through these. You see all the equity is on Kevin C now because he also has an ace. Does have a diamond draw, which is really strong at the top. Go with his 3s, not diamonds.
Yeah, it has the top board just pretty dominated.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty tough to have 44% equity this many ways and a bomb pot on the turn.
And just about everything that will fall out into the bottom will make some hand. If it's a low card, it can make it straight. If it's a high card, like a Broadway card, it can make it straight. Let's see what it looks like. And it does. There is no. Oh, the Queen Jack does get there. No, I take it back.
Evan
King
and James
Jack
will. And
does not
what
get
river cards? Kevin had 44% equity and will not get no part of this pot. Evan and James will chop it up.
And it just this, is the 6 deuce of Evan, which was there on the turn, and the 2 pair because all he had was the ace. Yeah, the equity totally flipped on the turn. And to make the Jack 8, it's just those are such weak holdings for what ended up being the winners. Not even the nut straight, and certainly not the top 2 pairs.
Some people would like this.
Much less the set.
Yeah, but this looks
Yeah.
like a warrior with a knife or something.
And the Queen and 10 made no difference. That is such a bomb pot thing. After playing PLO till midnight last night, these thoughts are always in your head.
Thank you.
You want he gets both?
Like my health for a long time, when I was
That was so unfortunate last night. I need consolation.
Was
need a
last
verbal
PLO
hug.
tournament?
Yes, PLO tournament on Tuesday night. We had a great field. We went way over the minimum. And I had 65% of the chips when we were 7-handed and did not even cash.
So it's 50 cents in Royal
it's like mid-70s, but like it's creeping up. And worries me a little bit.
Can you think of something less valuable?
40 pounds to do that.
Valuable?
You can use it. You can use it.
thought it was just like
Back to no limit hold'em.
be moderately active.
5-5, $10 straddle. As we mentioned up top, this is an uncapped game. Most players in that 2, 3, and Manny, the big winner thus far, up over 4K in his stack. And speaking of Manny, he wakes up with kings here. It's just been all Manny early.
All Manny all the time.
And unfortunate timing to 3-bet with a suited king here for Kevin Y. And Bones suited ace
He may
10.
come over the top here. Yeah, he's coming over the top.
Just another dream spot here for Manny.
Wow. Manny is like, he's already got so much value out of this hand. Yeah, he may be a little suspicious of the aces, but this is Manny we're talking about.
Yeah, there's 8-10 in the middle, and it's facing a 3 and then a 4-bet.
How'd you like that little
and he rips it.
He ripped it. That little pat of the beard. And this is going to go fold, folks. Wow. Wow is right. Well, I'm not going to write that down in my book as a $5,200 hand, but that was pretty interesting.
Talk about a no sweat way to win over $700.
Yeah, really. He was like, you know what? Somebody's got an ace, and you know what do we always say when you got kings? You know, it's supposed to be like a 14% chance that there's an ace on every board.
Oh yeah.
And unless you have kings, then it's 90%. That was Manny living by that credo.
Yeah, it doesn't have to sweat the ace high flop, and probably a little surprised that neither player had a hand they could continue with, but after a 3 and a 4 bet. But I think once again his image paying off there. And steady. Second playable hand, had 10s earlier. He'll raise up ace queen off.
Another thing about that king's hand is it kind of sets a tone. He's won a lot of hands. He just bullied, in some people's mind, 2 players out of a hand, 2 very good players.
Yeah.
They kind of, talk about announcing your presence with authority.
Yeah, they're going to have to start to respect his raises a bit more, and knowing Manny, he will use that to his advantage with, for his sake, hopefully a well-timed bluff. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop, 500-ish in the middle. And top pair, top kicker for steady. Pretty nice flop when you're holding ace queen off.
Yeah, he loves top. I would.
Middle pair for Kevin C, and steady will bet his top pair. Chooses about 2/3 to 3/4 pot. I like that. This is a draw heavy board. Couple of spades. Queen and 10 pretty well connected. Going to interact with a lot of his opponent's range, and he will get some folds and take down a nice little pot. So steady Eddie in the winner's circle.
So what's the story on this? How'd you find it?
I was at like a little souvenir shop.
I'm gonna get you like mid-50s.
So I definitely want one.
I don't know, good enough drink too much.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I'm active and do shit.
Guy, that little warrior guy.
I feel like that's the biggest thing is just being active.
Yeah.
A lot of people say diet. I guess it really just depends on the
Well, I
person.
mean, I don't gross
But no, I didn't want to look it up, but that
I'm not
was,
the greatest eater,
Yeah, overeating is like one of the most taxing things on the
but
body. Really.
yeah. And that's one thing I don't do is overeat.
like 5 million people.
They said they have good wine there.
Got a lot of limping here with some modest holdings.
Come on.
So we're going to go 6 ways to this flop. King high, a couple of diamonds, nobody with the king. Open ender for Manny. Actually will have the most equity with no pair and 5 high. Oh, excuse me, Evan does make a 4. But Manny will bet and take it. That'll get him up over 2K in profit. Not bad for 22 hands.
Yeah, not bad at all. Do you ever worry about when, excuse me, do you ever worry when you start off that hot? Am I negative Nancy for
No,
like, oh my
yeah,
gosh.
you can get in your own head for sure. If you start off hot and start thinking, well, at some point this has to end, right? But
Well, that's more of a tournament thought for me. It's like, oh my gosh, I would go super hot when the blinds are tiny. In cash, not so much, because as Evan plays my favorite small pair, I think it's one of those things that I when a cash is like, hey, I'll win a couple of big hands early. I'm like, okay. It does change my mindset, but it doesn't, I think, affect my play that much. Because I know that I'm going to have a better read on the table in 45 minutes than I have right now, whatever it is. Unless there's a lot of turnover.
Two pair for Caleb. He'll have a stranglehold on this one. He'll probably bet and take this one down. Nobody else with much. It does get a call from Evan with his pair of fives and ace of spades on the turn.
Yeah, that's the end of Evan's calling.
Yeah, just if Caleb didn't have a hand on the flop, he's very likely to have improved on this turn, and he'll get out of there. Yeah, to your point, Uncle T, what I have tried to do is just play my stack size as though the past, I don't remember it, because you can sometimes, I try not to let where I arrive in a given spot dictate how I play a hand, of course. So I'll try to remind myself maybe I was the chip leader in a tournament and I lose a big all in and now I'm average. Well, there's a lot of times where you would be a small stack and you would just double up to average and your mindset would be totally different.
Yeah.
So I try to, as much as I can, we're all human, remind myself.
That kind of forced forgetfulness, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm at that age where you can, I hide my own Easter eggs every year. So
It takes no effort.
No.
You're just able to.
What were we talking about?
Couple of fours, couple of deuces for Steady and Evan, respectively. Manny in there with a suited 10-5. Couple of spades and a gutter ball for Manny. Just seems to be hitting or interacting with nearly every flop.
Yeah. And this is horrible for fours and deuces. They're like, well, deuces, that's I always make that joke. Funny thing about deuces, my experience is that no matter what the board is, it's all overs.
That's true.
But, in fours, you're not much better, but still. Evan does call. Wow.
And Manny just immediately gets there with a flush.
He's praying that Evan has a king here. Kind of like me last night when I got quadded.
Yeah, I think Evan is shutting down after he tried to represent a hand that favored his range there on that flop. And Manny unlikely to extract any more value.
I just went to the one on Flutter Lane like 4 months ago.
No shit.
And I try not to throw it around too easily, but Manny's somewhat sun running here early. Just
I like it. Must be the only
seemingly
one open in
winning
America. I'm serious.
every other pot.
Not quite Cedar
Very,
Park.
very
It's,
soft for you couldn't tell
183.
what glaringly loud and you could no rivalry.
On Slaughter.
Yeah, if he goes on a bad streak here, he's going to come see you.
Yeah. Hopefully no announcers jinx for Manny.
Don't say announcer, say announcer.
Okay, I'll take full responsibility. My apologies, Manny, if it
So it's on the west side of 35.
takes a 180 on you.
For those who are about to receive, we apologize.
Yeah, like I know that right. I'm trying to figure out where it is.
Yeah, it's like a.
Bones, King, Queen, he'll raise it up. And James
On the west side.
Big
on the
slick.
flop. I need to go check
Yeah.
that out. Close enough.
Unless they closed it in the past like few months, but I'm pretty sure I was just there.
Bones hasn't had too many hands to play out of the first 24. I think he's had 3 or 4.
There's like a
Don't think that affects a player as solid as Bones, but he may be thinking, yeah, let's do this.
We'll have position for the remainder of the hand.
Wow.
7, 9, 10, a couple of hearts.
That may be a little uncomfortable later on. See,
Bones looking for a queen or a jack.
both having the back door, nobody else having anything right now. He does have position, like you said, and it gets an insta.
Yeah.
You know, the power of position.
Absolutely.
Not to be underestimated. Okay, I'm really disappointed on everybody that's in the chat. I'm getting a big bag of nothing. So I'd appreciate your comments in the chat. This is TCH Live in TCH Social Live from Austin. Our 5-5. I think we have a mandatory straddle. 5-5-10.
Been on.
Yep,
Yep.
5-5-10. A lot of familiar faces, as we say just about every week when we do our 5-5. And we're happy to see you tonight. We got Paz in the box, Kristen with a trainee running the cards, and we got Kyle, the blank frisbee, along with Uncle T, the 0.
Heaven 9-7 suited. He will raise. That is my favorite non-premium.
That's bizarre.
Is it?
It's like that SAR.
Did I know that?
Yeah, that used to be a loop.
I haven't said it
Is
a
it the
lot.
spades
That
or
is
just
my
suited?
Long time ago.
just suited, not specific to any suit. Although I feel like hearts and spades are prettiest.
is the biggest city. Yeah, I think there's like 5 million people there. It was,
And
Well,
no, I don't.
Kevin's going to channel your inner poker animal, whatever that is.
I used to live there, dude. Really? Oh,
The piranha?
The 10 high flop here, or excuse me, queen high flop. Manny with a pair of 10s and continues to outflop his opponents.
54 left.
Backdoor clubs come in, but relative blank on the turn.
There's one in Albuquerque. That's where my friends are.
Yeah, and Manny just seemingly winning every pot. Kevin's going to call with his pair of 4s, just
Boink.
having a hard time
I'm
believing.
talking about weight and I'm talking about going to photo record.
Manny just makes trips like it's nothing, and he goes for some more value.
Yeah.
Let's see if Kevin wants to hero call
A
here.
lot of people like photo
And
record.
ooh, he is going for a raise, trying to represent likely the
Yeah.
exact hand Manny has.
Yeah,
so
he's putting Manny on a queen.
the backdoor clubs do get there.
Yeah, he's repping either 10 or 2 clubs.
I like
Yeah,
them.
but it's a fairly easy call. And you see he just threw a $25 chip out there pretty confidently. He didn't even bother to count out the change.
Photo record is so gross.
Yeah, nice flat there by Manny. One of those hands or spots where you have to ask yourself, if I raise, can I get called by worse? And I would say on this board that's unlikely.
Yeah, that is good.
Another nice pot for Manny.
Yeah, it's all Manny all the time. He's up 2.9,
Yeah, he is.
and we're 24 hands in,
There's one on Slaughter Lane.
25.
Yeah, he's up around 3 times what the other 3 winners are up combined.
Oh, you maybe I got to
And
cross.
Paz is racking them out. He's, we're 53 minutes into the live stream, and he's already got 26 hands done, including 2 bomb pots. So somebody get him some
Straddle 20.
caffeine, and maybe he'll hit 30.
They do the bomb pot difference.
Suited ace for Kevin C. He will raise. Over to steady. He's got queen jack off. The small blind. And Caleb's turn with big slick. Seems like an automatic squeeze. And he does make it 200.
Oh,
That's good because it kind of like controls you. When you get off the cruise, we're just doing too much thing.
Kevin will make the call. Gonna need some spades or a 3. Steady out of there. Certainly agree with that fold based on the action with just queen jack offsuit. Going to be dominated way too often. And there's a 3 and a king.
Say they don't speak English.
So top for Caleb. Really can't ask for much better of a flop when you hold ace king. Obviously rainbow would have been slightly better.
Dude, my friend is in Italy right now, and he said like no one.
He bets and gets a call from Kevin. And another heart.
We're in Italy too.
I just don't like
We're
Americans.
doing
And Caleb will check over to Kevin and, or excuse me, he is now betting. It's like we had got to get the action tracker caught up there. So 310 over to Kevin C.
Yeah, he's got nothing he can really call with. Wow. Yeah, he's going to give it a little thought, you know, but I don't think he put Caleb on a heart per se. He just saw that he gets beat by a 6 or a king
as played
or a pair.
Top pair type of hands certainly favor the way that was played for Caleb's range.
Yeah. And Caleb is in second place of the winner so far. He's up 675. C Steady's up 530. James is up 265. And all the red numbers will let you read.
You hear that, viewers? 9 for 99 all month at TCH.
You asked me ahead of time of these 9 players, which ones are
Only the best promos
most likely to make up for a big deficit. You pick KY?
KY would definitely be a solid choice.
Manny be a good choice.
Yeah, Manny, he can go quick in either direction. So
Bones, definitely.
Yeah, and obviously Bones, one of the well-known and
very steady player.
Best players here in the Austin area.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, viewers. Next month.
No offense to the other players, but those are just the gentlemen we've seen do it in the past. And speaking of Kevin Y, he is the most stuck at the moment, but we do have a history of players going worst to first. And another bomb pot here.
Check. Check. Check.
Check.
Club draw on the top board, and or excuse me, on the bottom board, and Kevin's going to have a flush. Not a very good one. Kevin C, that is. But 9 high clubs for Bones. Not something to get terribly excited about in a bomb pot, but he does have the best hand.
5 players.
And Bones actually, with the most equity here, he's got 50% equity and to the river. So Bones will hold, and Kevin Y will get the top board with appears to be 2 pairs good. Actually has 3 pair, does not count, obviously.
Good.
Everyone check. Showdown.
Checks around. Relatively tame bomb pots so far, nobody getting coolered.
Yeah, it's been very tame and mediocre hands winning it at ace queen and 9-6.
He doesn't have that kind of heart.
And I tell you what, for the size of this game, not a huge profit, but if you, when you can get half a bomb pot with a 9 high flush, you're certainly thrilled to have those chips come your way.
Yeah, they're like a little bit of a landmine avoidance.
But yeah, a little bonus money. Kind of feel like you got away with a little something.
What I always do is have the queen eye flush.
Uncle T, I'm surprised you didn't call out the Texan just came. It surprised me. I said a little something.
A little something.
Where did that come from?
You want me to tell you the city?
Much better flush.
Yeah, if you were from some parts of Texas, you'd say it something, a little slower.
But I tell you what, Texas is so big. We have our dialects in our own state.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like we ever say to ourselves, "Oh, I know where that guy's from." It's not like England where they could say, "Oh, that guy's from Liverpool or that guy's from Manchester," because they sound completely different. We're not that old and entrenched, but yeah, we do have some differences.
Especially East Texas.
Yes,
I'm gonna call them
the
out.
Pine Curtain. Yeah, definitely. I can slip into East Texas, which usually has some real twang to it. It's much more southern, a little bit Louisiana-y.
And this wouldn't be a specific spot, but multiple. But I would also say anywhere the oil field is a prevalent industry seems to have its own kind of style.
Yeah, I agree.
It looks pretty cool.
Caleb, couple of Cowboys. Kevin, 3-betting ace-jack, and Caleb's going to play this deceptively.
Good.
Not a bad idea to mix in some flats with hands like kings, but probably doesn't want to be your standardized way of playing it. Top pair for Evan. It's going to be way behind the kings of Caleb.
Yeah, great check.
And just the nasty turn for Caleb.
I'm telling you, brother, it's like written in stone. If he had played him aggressive, it would have happened on the flop. He checks and he floats and checks, and now the ace shows up.
Yeah, I think if you play it
Look
slow,
at that look on his face. It's a little bit of, you see it in the mouth there. It's a little bit of sucking on a lemon.
yeah, and it's just such a nasty spot when you've under-repped your hand purposefully, I assume, and and now your opponent gets there, and you're like, am I just gonna auto muck this so easily? But in this case, you would be right. I think obviously if Caleb could have that one back, he would have bet the flop there.
You know, honestly, when they watch the live stream later on, you know who's going to be most disgusted by that hand?
Zap.
Creek. Because he didn't get any value after hitting his ace.
Right. Yeah.
He hits a 3-outer. Really, he's got more outs than that. He's got 6 to get to the ace and the jack. Jack would hurt him, so he's still down to 3 outs. In his mind, though, he's like, if he goes back and watch this, he's going to be, wow, I got lucky and I got nothing from it.
Yeah, and probably from his perspective, until he watches it back, he may have thought he was ahead with ace high the whole way there.
Oh, yeah, he will. He'll be surprised. He'll be like, how did I not have to call $175 pre-flop and then $280, whatever, after the flop, and then crush the, he's going to really be irritated. I know Kevin's game. If he's looking at a board that is no threat to him with his 2 overs, then he's going to be happy to call and then get paid.
Pretty spicy flop.
Yeah, it is.
2 players with Jack 10 and the same top pair, top and kicker. And now 2 pair for Evan and Kevin.
Yeah, but free rolling on Evan's part. He's going to bet.
Oh, does have the
yeah.
Good catch, Uncle T.
Yeah, that's such a great position to be in, where you're thinking. Now he doesn't know the other guy's got it Jack 10, but as we look at this hand, he's going to get raised here. And he might even re-raise, although maybe he could talk himself to into a 9-queen, but he's probably thinking draw, so he may re-raise after Steady Eddie and Caleb fold.
It's a pretty wet board, so I think raising here is almost mandatory. Hopefully, and he just calls.
I'd love to see him raise there.
Could be worried about a hand like Queen 9.
Yeah. Now the spades get there and the action is going to show.
Yeah, 4-liner to a straight.
Yeah,
I thought that we might see something explosive, but they're both going to check this and be happy to have half the pot probably after that run out.
It wasn't worth 20K.
And we'll get the customary chuckle from the table when they both table their hands.
You know what that hand was? I hate to characterize hands, in a cute manner, but I can't help myself. Did you hear my East Texas?
Yeah, I caught that one. It can't
Yeah,
help
as soon as
yourself.
I can't help myself. But you know, that hand is disappointing. I mean, that hand is my first marriage.
I'm waiting for you to tie this analogy together.
Oh, I think it's self-explanatory.
And I feel like that was a bit more.
Lots of build-up.
A lot of hope
lot
and
of
then a big
potential,
disappointment.
and then somebody going face plant in the front yard.
Oh man. Well, you know, time heals. At least you can joke about it now.
Wow, yeah, but it also leaves a big honking scar. No, the only scar I got out of that was a beautiful daughter. Lily, if you're listening, you're worth all the pain in the world.
I don't know why he brought
We had such a blast on. I hope everybody had a great Father's Day. We went and saw that Wes Anderson movie. Had a great day.
What movie is that?
It's called The Phoenician something or other. It's the Wes Anderson movie with
it's like he knew he wasn't supposed to have
Guillermo del Toro and not Guillermo del Toro. That's the director.
Benicio
del Toro. And gosh, everybody else that ever was.
I'm going to take a moment to soak up the fact that I knew something related to movies that I was able to help the great Uncle T movie buff with.
Yeah, and I'm going to soak up the shame. Yeah, that was a really nice grab there.
Folks, if you haven't listened to this show before, that was the equivalent of me hitting a one-outer. Evan's going to 3-bet ace-5 off.
I'm going to hear about
Bones
that
out of
for
there.
a while. Just like a one-outer, I'm going to hear about it for a while.
5 grandkids old. And my wife's like, let's get the boys over here. Shit, we kept him for 6 days. Wore me the fuck out. Huh?
Actually, I will say, he is one of the actors that if he's in a movie, typically I can count on liking the movie. And don't ask me to name a lot of movies in the past that I've seen with him in it. But
Sicario being the best.
Yeah.
I loved him in that movie.
Great actor.
He had a nice little part in Masters of the Universe. Did you see that one?
I did not.
No, that's a great movie. Great science fiction movie. Yeah. He's just great in everything he does.
Haley Oz says Grand Slam, bruh. If that's for me, I appreciate it. If there was a different Grand Slam you're referring to, I apologize.
Well, what other Grand Slam? I mean, I've said for every broadcast we've had, we are the center of attention. So it's got to be about us, right? Enough about me. How about me?
For those listening, now you know how Uncle T thinks.
Yeah.
He thinks we're the show.
We are the shiznits. These guys, whatever.
I like the splash ball.
Manny and Bones to a flop here. A couple of 10s for Manny now. Pretty big air ball for Bones, but it checks around. And
So how do you play the winner?
Bones not improving, and Manny actually having the check mark with the second pair, but gets a call from Bones. Bones presumably doing this to try to take it away on the river. Front door spades get there, but Manny undeterred. He's going to bet it again.
And don't remind any other people, hey, don't forget to show your cards.
Eddie, nickname.
And Bones obviously not considering calling. He's thinking about a raise, and this is why he floated the turn. And this is going to tell a pretty strong story that he either somehow made trip fives or a flush.
So how much do you?
$25 a head.
So $200 a minute.
And looks like it may work.
Yeah.
Manny going to mull this over. And nice move by Bones.
Very nice.
He was setting that up on the turn and executed
I feel like I'm going to get
like the pro he is.
I think better than anybody at this table. This is just me watching Bones over a limited number, an N of maybe 10, and playing at the table with him a couple of times in tournaments. I think probably the one thing that Bones does better than anybody else at this table, and I'm including some really good poker players here, is that he sets up his bets well with bet sizing, and he probably is better at not having the hand be about the cards, which usually means he has a really good read on what he thinks. He's got a tight range of what he thinks the other person has. So that makes him bet at the right times, the right amounts to get the story told. So I think he's, in that regard, a very accurate storyteller, if that's a way of putting it.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I would maybe even tag on as well as that, you have some of your very recreational players who are kind of hoping to get lucky, sort of guessing in terms of their bet sizing. Everything Bones does is with intent and with a reason behind it. Obviously, many of the other players at this table as well, but Bones, it's extremely clear.
I mean, I could name 3 or 4 players at the table that have this in their heads all the time. But I just seem to sense, and maybe it's just my impression of a more precise process, because it seems to be the right thing a lot more in sizing. I think we all look at somebody as the nit game is in vogue. I just noticed, so I think we ran that out last hand. I just seem to notice and pay attention to Bones' bet sizing more. It's like pops into my head more like, wow, that was the perfect storytelling number.
Embarrassing, I know.
I mean, sometimes we all have ourselves into those hands where we're like, I've got such a great hand here. I think if I want to rep this a little more bluffy, or I want to rep this a little more conservatively, I want to make the most money or whatever. I just notice in the hands where Bones has got that kind of holding, or he's told a story so far, I start paying attention to how the story runs out.
Yep.
Not so much about the cards. And when you stop thinking about the cards, that's when you know you're watching somebody who's really playing at another level. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, Bones.
I didn't know if I was making myself clear, if I was just talking some BS, some East Texas BS, but that's what I find myself doing watching Bones play.
Yeah, he's a tactician for sure. And he will be the first to relinquish his nit button. That is obviously seen with the yellow buttons physically in front of the players, as well as the red dot next to their names. We'll find out after this first nit game what the tax is, but typically that is paid in the form of a splash pot.
Yeah, it's been $25 for this per loser, or they put it in. Sometimes they've been putting it into a splash pot with $50, so that the loser has a chance to make his money back. We'll see how this rolls out. I love the nit game, and as you see my beautiful yellow nit buttons, spent a lot of money on those.
There's some Uncle T dollars went to that.
Those are 100% funded by the commentary staff.
I'm almost certain you have told me where you found those, but I do not remember. Where do you find nit buttons on the internet?
I'm almost ashamed as a male of a certain age, boomer, to say I got them.
You ordered them out of a paper catalog? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, ow. That's left a mark, a paper catalog. Yeah, that I was using. Also, since I'm from East Texas, it was the toilet paper roll. It was also the catalog. The Sears Roebuck.
Oh, yeah, I remember that gigantic catalog. Manny, the hot streak continues. He'll take this one down with a very low flush.
Yeah, that's how you knew you were from East Texas, is you had the Sears and Roebuck in the bathroom, and all the lingerie section had really crinkled pages.
Oh, no.
No, I got those on Etsy.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Yes. That was also astonishing that you're on Etsy. Shows that you've expanded your range up to modern times.
The funny thing that I found out about Etsy, that if I check my hormone levels, my estrogen goes up whenever time I use it.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that Etsy is very effective for
hormone control,
hormone treatment. If you're a little short on estrogen.
Can we get serious about the poker?
Got a suited ace here for Kevin Y. He'll raise. And Manny, why not? He's got 7-6, winning just about every hand. He'll play.
Don't think about waterfalls.
Queen high flop, along with the 9 and 8, and that will connect with the aforementioned Manny Fresh. There is backdoor clubs for Kevin Y and a little bit of hope.
By the way, that word you just used exceeded your Texas syllable count. Aforementioned. I like it. Yeah, that is going to keep Kevin Y around though with the nut draw.
Yeah, pretty good turn card if you're.
This bet is also just a little too small not to get Kevin to call. But you know you want to build the pot up when you hit the nuts.
That's good.
Yeah, drink a lot of water.
Yeah, and Manny just sun running again. Kevin's going to come along. Does have outs, plenty of
See if
outs.
somebody can sink the sun here. Nope. Why would we expect that? Of course, he's going to bet here, and it's not going to happen.
10 Jack and obvious, or excuse me, 10 Jack would have already got there, just improved to a higher straight. But
No,
yeah,
no, 10 Jack would have made the straight.
Yeah.
8, 9, 10 Jack. Oh,
Yeah,
I
he
got
would have
you,
already
sorry.
flopped it, but
Yeah, gotcha.
Manny will take that one down. And man, this is kind of unbelievable. He's up over 6K and really with kind of no sweat.
That's crazy. That's, you know, we saw that a little bit. Who was it? Was it Optimized that just ran like gold last week in the VPIP game? And
Yeah,
just got up.
Optimize played that hilarious three-way all-in with 5 deuce
Oh, that
versus
was
kings and queens, I believe, and scooped and kind of never turned back. He had a stack and put it to use. Reverend Dogood says Bones is taking people down. Indeed, he is very good at doing just that. Haley says, listening to you for a while. When he makes a movie reference and you say, I don't know, LOL. So others have noticed. It's become a tradition. Me looking at him making a movie reference and me looking at him with a blank stare.
You know, you never look at me. You just get this same kind of consternated look on your face, like.
And Kevin will take that pot down with a couple of jacks, uncontested.
I really do wish sometimes that people could just have a view of your face. You know, it's like, but the best is Lottie's face when I make a joke like that. You talk about a blank stare. That emoji that's just a flat mouth.
All right, yeah.
I get the New York Ned flat mouth. He looks at me like.
You're moving quicker.
Like
he gives you the so anyway look.
Yes. Yeah, he's very polite about it, but he'll look directly into my eyes with absolutely like blank look.
So Bones, Steady, and Manny have out of the knit game as well as Kevin C. This knit game, I think a different player. Well, no, Manny has won 2 pots, but different players have won the pots here, so it's going somewhat quickly.
No swirls.
Double board PLO again.
Which does not play in the knit game.
Jake.
Check.
Check. Check.
So
Evan does have the deuce.
And Manny with an 8. Couple players with trips, no friend.
Really? with the king and the 3, I mean, you know, might get 4 or 5 like Manny Fresh to call, but he's never going to be happy. I think this is narrowed down to 2 people really quickly. Evan did call. Not real sure why. He's got a king.
Manny has some scoopability too. He has an open ender.
We'll find out.
Not really sure why Kevin called. I mean, you can see from the equity, which is not a mystery at this point with these hands. So Evan does get the boat with the 7. Always your danglers, isn't it? If he bets large enough, but it's going to be Manny to bets, of course. He did check his 7 deuce. Not real sure. I mean, maybe he's worried about a set of 3s. Maybe. Yeah, there are times when you're more comforted that there are only 2 people in the hand, you and another. Maybe didn't like the fact that Kevin was still in that hand. But
To
he's
the
not
rivers.
anymore. Yep. No real threat to the 7 deuce. I mean, you had 6s, 3s. It's possible.
And Manny actually is downgraded in his mind from trips to just an 8-high flush. So
Every other part but the 8 is not him. Oh, he does have hearts. He's got hearts.
yeah, he just has the hearts, but
Yeah, that's crappy
Would-
hearts.
yeah. Let's see what Evan wants
Why
to
would
do.
it stop Manny? I mean, he gets checked too. So if
Evan, he just flats with deuces full. Raising is just ill-advised.
and then once again you see a really large, $1,325 pot where Evan crushes Manny by $1, 138 to 137.
That's about the only losing Manny's done is not be closest to the button in a chop pot.
You know what that hand reminds me of? My secondary.
Okay.
Put a whole lot of money into the pot, got very little back.
Oh wow.
I'm sorry. That's it. I'm out of marriages and marriage jokes. So
I mean, they were some strong analogies. Some of your better work, in fact, I would say, Uncle T.
I speak figurative. Yeah, but Michael Myers always says that.
I mean, some would call you a philosopher.
Some would call me the gangster of love. Some would call me. What is the next line? Some would call me. Come on,
Maurice?
folks. Yes, sir. Yes,
There we
sir.
go.
He's killing it tonight.
You look as not like a Maurice as nearly humanly possible.
Or the gangster of love.
Yeah.
What do we do?
That's more a vibe than an appearance.
Yes,
All right.
it is. It is.
Yes, sir.
Manny, suited 7-5 on the button. He'll raise it up. Caleb with his nip button is going to make the call with King Jack. And over to Kevin. He's got his nip button as well. And this sets up for a squeeze opportunity. Manny's going to be raising light often. Caleb just flatting looks not particularly strong. Love this raise by Kevin.
Yeah, I do too.
Manny is not afraid to call with a hand like 7-5 suited in position, but he'll let it go
Yeah,
this time.
he's more likely to do it heads up. That's obvious, but very true. And both people behind him. I take it back. Yeah, Manny was actually at the end of the string, or end of the rotation, but he doesn't like a 3-bet.
And Caleb probably sniffing out that had set up for a perfect squeeze. Kevin with his nip button as well. So Caleb actually makes a call with the best hand, although equity's nearly identical. And Kevin does outflop.
Yep.
Caleb with top pair.
Moves way out in front.
Just some backdoor draws for Caleb. Of course, 2 overs. And with the net game on, both players with their nip button, I see Kevin trying to shut this down. Pretty wet board. I imagine that'll do the trick. Caleb's done with the hand, but you can tell he's not really a believer, although Kevin did, in fact, have top pair, and he'll get...
And Kevin, very unusual for him, he shows.
Well, it has to relinquish his nip button, so... Yeah, so that... but you're right, that would be... He definitely would not be showing that if the nit game were not on, and actually that's part of the beauty of the nit game. And in fact, if you're Caleb, you got some good information there. You found out he squeezed pretty light, and you did make a good fold on the flop.
Yep.
What do you mean, free flop? Not really. You made it 4x the.
I made it 8.
4 remaining players in this nit game. Or excuse me, 5. Did not see Steady's red dot.
You made 75.
About an hour and a half in. I'm Kyle Frisbee. He's Uncle T. We're at TCH Social in Austin, Texas. And Steady with the bullets. First appearance.
Yeah, it only took us to hand, 38?
Yeah, nothing like picking up aces in the nit game.
Free flop that one.
Yeah, especially when you got yours still.
And Bones with the suited ace is going into attack mode, and he will 4-bet. Manny with the dream spot earlier with kings, and it's Steady's turn here. And with the nit game on, 5-bet almost assuredly. How big will Steady go here?
How big can you go? He just loves this 4-bet. I think it 90% of the time he's smooth going. It's just too good. Oh! He's not only going to say all in,
He
he's
just
gonna
rips.
show all in.
And Bones with the insta-folds.
Yes,
Steady
and the smirk
shows the
on the
aces.
show. Yeah, of course he's going to show.
The look on James's face is a little, yep.
That looked like aces.
Yeah, the table enjoyed that one because Eddie made a show of it. I think he knew exactly what he was doing.
All you can have
He's-
over, right?
Yeah, that's
Put
all
him in a
you
tough
want.
spot.
Give some respect.
He's like, yes, I have aces. I mean, the physically pushing your chips out
Yeah.
is
I don't
like,
I don't
go
know if I've
ahead.
seen him do that.
No, I have
Oh.
not. I have not seen it. I've seen him push his chips out there before, but it's not this early in that
Thought he
mini.
wasn't going to show for a minute.
So, yeah, I like that. I think he knew it was for dramatic effect.
Done that, yeah.
And you saw Bones has still got the smirk on his face. That was theater.
Got the double straddle on this hand from Evan to 20, and Caleb trying to get rid of his nit button. He's going to raise up 8-5 suited on the button, and Praya, ace queen, he's just going to flat,
Really picking the spots.
and he's going to get 3-bet by Evan, who's trying to get rid of his nit button as well, and he's just got 9 high, but this is going to look pretty strong. Praya has under-repped his hand.
5-bet.
Most players would have been 3-betting
That first one
in that spot, out of position with ace queen off and their nit button. I think Caleb probably just having a funeral for his $75 at the moment.
Makes you feel better. If he would have folded,
We'll see.
I would have folded.
Could get a wild hair.
So he would have won the pot.
Let's go.
He already folded. What? He already folded. He folded. I raised a 50.
Pryor just quickly lays down the ace queen, is going to be shown 9 high. Nice move by Evan.
In my mind, I already folded after he three. I'm saying if he would have folded, then I would have folded.
No.
I'll just call you. Okay. Give me a chance to win.
So then there were 3. Pryor, James, and Caleb remaining in this nit game.
lost both Nick
Folks, as we hit number 40, the Bill Bates hand, this is TCH Social in Austin, Texas, our 5-5
First time,
live stream, 5-5-10, really. Has it in the box. Kristen with their trainee is running the cards. And Kyle the Piranha Frisbee.
Please no.
Kyle the Barracuda Frisbee. Oh, good. And Uncle T with you tonight. I got no objection to. You like the Barracuda?
I have the objection remained.
Well, you don't want to be Kyle the Shark Frisbee. That's too
No, that's too.
Kyle the Jellyfish.
Still going with Whammo, but just Kyle Whammo. You got raises to 35, a bunch of calls here. Caleb, Queen Jack suited, has really been making an effort to get rid of his nit button here, but he's going to get 3-bet by Evan, and this time Evan's got a better hand than the 9 high. He's got a dominating king queen. Manny out of there, steady.
I like this hand.
He is folding after he says he liked the hand.
do you ever consider growing a beard?
We'll let it go.
In quarantine, I grew everything that I could. And it didn't look good. So didn't get there. Got like this stuff and like a little bit here.
Heads up to a flop. Caleb going to need some help. Jack or some diamonds. 9-8 will do as well. Looking for a gutter ball. Jack or 10. And Evan has missed, but still it's going to take, or maintain, I should say, the betting lead with his king high.
You can? Why not?
That's why you take the betting lead, so you can do this.
And Caleb reaches. Thought he had reached for raising chips, but he'll just make the call.
Not really. The mustache implant sounds painful.
Let's see one more card. Although the heart is
Yeah,
going to
the
make it a little difficult.
deuce of hearts just. A lot of turn cards could have been good for Caleb there, but deuce of hearts is not one of them. And river, 3 of diamonds. So Evan good here with king high.
Have you picked out a name already?
No.
You did.
We haven't really.
Don't even tell
discussed it
nobody,
too much.
man.
He's going to go ahead and bluff with the best hand, and Caleb, barring making a
There you go.
big move, is going to have to let this
What
go.
the hell is that?
Yeah, I think that that's a bit of a mistake.
put
I mean,
up
if you're going to
5K.
make again, I'm trying to work on my progression of thought. This is not a criticism of Caleb, but if you're going to make a call,
You put up 5K.
and the board is probably a whiff for everybody, pretty good guess. Then your range is effectively thinking that Evan has
Yeah, I don't know,
no
my
pair
wife-
or a pair at all. Maybe
I'll
even
just see if
sevens
she's
would
okay
do
with
it
me
there.
in case. I'm not even a fan of it.
And then you call the flop.
Go ahead and say
For a real name.
To me, there's only 2 options for me if I miss again. I'm already thinking about, all right, what if I miss again? What if it's another blank? You know, that heart came.
Comes to mind every time I hear that.
I'm calling an earlier position player and thinking, okay, how can I still back the lead whether I've got the lead or not?
Yep.
And that heart is a pretty good way to do it.
I don't think he can.
And there's only really, if you put him on a pair or probably similar hand to yourself that's whiffed, like ace, king, ace, king, ace, jack,
You
ace,
gotta
jack.
go for it.
Okay, free rover, yeah.
Then why wouldn't you? I mean, you just stuck around to check down on a dead board.
Yeah,
I don't think she'll like
Chip- and to your point, just to kind of segue off, I think the thing is, kind of going back to what I was saying about trying to flop sets with small pairs, you need to win more pots than just when you flop a set. I think also one of the keys is if you can steal some pots where you have a draw that misses and you semi-bluff.
Do you not like your name?
You know, in that case, that opportunity was there. But yeah, I think the call on the flop, you could call or raise there. But oh, and Caleb gets rid of his nip button, does flop top pair. So
Yeah,
sure happy to be out of the nit
much
game.
happier with the 10-9 than he was with the queen jack.
But also credit to Evan, because you can call there with a draw and miss, and if your opponent had just was c-betting 100% of range there, they'll check to you sometimes. But he kept the pressure up, kept telling the story out of hand, and Caleb just had to get out of the way.
Yeah, I would have
there you
loved
go.
this game.
Casey,
I would have loved to see that on the flop
The kid, whatever. James.
on Caleb's
At
part.
least it's not like.
You know what I would have?
C-bet
You know how I
It's
like
not
my
like
iced
an
tea?
extra
awareness. So many times C-bet is a whiff.
Most of the time,
Yeah.
I mean,
I would argue, well,
Yeah.
it depends on the game. But good
I've
percentage
tried
of
to
the time.
become a lot more aware of my lane C-bet.
Yeah,
Because a good player will smell that out so fast.
the
Either the 1-2 table.
and actually I've got a 3-bet here from Evan. He's got a real hand this time. Everybody with an ace.
I think
Evan with
Call with
the
this.
best.
at the bottom.
What about for Casey?
That would have been
How much money do you put up?
way
Nevin's
down
been
at the
playing a high percentage of pots of late, so he's going to start to look like his range is a little wider, but this time he does have a strong hand.
Too many people spend on
Deuce
Another
5-4.
just total whiff of a flop.
Yeah, both players with a wheel draw, but
Now let's see if this is a very similar situation. Let's see if Manny plays it differently in essentially the same circumstance being in a later position.
Bones Jones. Yeah, Bones Jones. There you
oh,
go.
there you
It's
go.
already been done.
yeah, and I mean, this is not a comfortable spot for Evan. And I don't know how much history these two players have, but Manny would be one of the players you would be more fearful of betting this board because he will play the hands that interact with the board like that. So going back to
And Manny knows it.
not trying to put your hand on it, or excuse me, your opponent on a specific hand, but really a range, and does that favor you or them? And that does favor Manny.
I thought it would be like a product that was more likely to be sold in bulk, like by the case.
I get it.
That's the best I could do.
Boy, they're really hammering the Maroon 5 tonight. The Maroon 5, the train, all that.
Evan again with ace queen. Says, I'll try it again. And Praya getting a little bit outside his box, maybe, with Jack 10, but he is one of the remaining players with the nit button. It's going to have to make something happen to avoid paying the nit penalty. So he will call.
Yeah, his VPIP's got to be pretty low, and of course he's way behind now.
Yeah, ace right in the window, and
not really an opportunity to get rid of that nit button.
Yeah, I think probably just check fold in this spot. I would say, though, that Evan's image has to be loosening up to the table a bit. They can't see that, of course, that he's had ace queen a handful of times here.
4-3.
But he does take it.
Yeah, so it's still going to be James and Pariah with the nit buttons going into the next hand. Well, folks, we want to remind you of our summer series coming up. It's over $600,000 in guarantees, 16 trophy events, July 15th to 28th. No, up to, I guess that's a little less than a month. And there is a $25,000 bonus to the player of the series. Play your way to the top. Earn points at every single event. And $10,000 to the top player. The rest paid out. It's going to be fun. Join us. I'll be doing it.
Yeah, all the tournament players, sure, looking forward to that opportunity.
I like anything with that many events because I know there's going to be some mixed games in there that I love, which I believe includes a double board bomb pot tournament. Pretty sure. I hope.
3-bet from Manny, ace 10 off.
Well, did you play Omaha today?
And Kevin Y with a couple of fours.
I was gonna try it today, but it was cool.
We'll make the call.
It was, I mean, a lot of people, all the regulars were there.
Looks like James is going to call with queen 5. He does have his nit button. And that is definitely an example of the effect of the nit game. 9-high flop, and it's set for Kevin Y. Fortunately for him, neither of his opponents interacting with this flop, but looks like Kevin is going to go ahead and c-bet it here. James out of there, and Manny with his ace high and 2 overs will call, but drawing nearly dead. Oh, an ace on the turn.
I was just about to say, you just don't want to hit an ace or 10. You know, you don't know this, but you're like, okay, how good is, and this is in the hands of a player that will assume that he's good here. So this is going to be a re-raise right back at Kevin. There are no straights and no flushes on the board. None.
And he just flats, and he thinks he hit his gin card, but in fact was drawing dead as soon as it hit. And river is a 3 of spades. Does bring in front door spades.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't like that check there, because now if you do believe you're good, this could have been Kevin betting into his draws in later position.
You know, you're hitting close to 40.
See what sizing Kevin wants to go with here.
It also takes away your action if you decide to be heavy-handed, but as we know, Kevin is not fazed by that. Yeah, he's going to assume here that Manny would have bet on the flop, be in an early position, his draw. And since he didn't,
yeah, and a lot of players, I don't know quite intimately enough if Manny has checks there if he makes the flush, but a lot of players not really able to check a hand as strong as a flush on the river. So Kevin, probably feeling pretty good about his set, and I think Manny's going to shrug call here. If he can get away from this, that'd be a pretty nice fold.
Where do you play cash in Vegas?
well, he's made a couple of good folds tonight and check.
He sure has.
Don't really like this the way it rolled out for him, although he was absolutely worked out well for him.
Why do you say don't?
Reverend, we'll get to your question in the chat in a moment, but great question.
If you just want to play, go to the win. It's the best experience.
So a friend of mine,
The game's not worth a shit, but
he took a picture of the win poker atlas, 80, 60, 50.
Wait, Manny really thinking this one over? I would have been wrong and thought potentially he might just snap this off, but
Put your name on the list. Have dinner.
if he can get away here.
If he's going to win this hand, it's because
Do whatever. Come
he
back down
pushes
and
Kevin
close
into
the
the mode of that he did hit his spades.
There's a lot of eating.
No, he
Wow, he's going to
Gives
get
it up.
away. Very nice
Very
fold
nicely
by
done.
Manny.
very nicely
The way he
done.
plays or more.
Well, as you were asking, Reverend, that clear of the series, $25,000 bonus, the first place going to that $10,000. You collect points for how you finish in each of the tournaments that you play. There'll be assigned values to, the top performers in each one of those. And I believe I believe what I understood that it's going to be weighted towards the big tournament. Obviously, it's tougher to get points in bigger tournaments. So the person with the highest number of points at the end of that series, which will culminate with the final table of the biggest, largest game of that series, which I'm sure we will probably be involved with the live stream. That person will get $10,000, and then I can't remember exactly how many they said.
Subsequent payouts.
Payouts. I don't know. It was 25 to 50. But there will be payouts very much like a tournament from first to whatever that last place cash is. So that's an extra $10,000 that is not taken from any player pool or buy-ins or anything. That is straight from the management. That comes from the second floor.
It's like 7 or 8.
So that's money on top of it all.
Got a monotone flop on the top board, and there's some spades for Bones. He has flopped a 10 high flush. And Bones actually with great equity on both boards.
I actually enjoyed the game for Aria better than
We'll make a bet here, and
Which one?
Aria.
Oh, Aria, yeah.
looks like he's going to get a call from Manny. Manny's picked up a club draw on the
What's
bottom.
amazing to me about the Aria, the room where we played, there were a lot of higher level tables, not real high, but there was a double glass door and a big room behind it where they were playing like it was $1 million buy-in or something.
Oh, yeah.
These guys,
Caleb with a
and all
straight.
the people that walked in and out of there, and there were people lined up to play in that game.
Not a
And all
particularly
these people
strong
here
hand
knew 'em.
for a bomb pot.
And you hear that, some of that I've never seen
Will be
these
good
kind of stakes
occasionally.
played on TV, but not where people are lined up to get.
And Bones and Manny are going to win this. Manny does get there with his backdoor clubs, so
It was really his time.
It's probably pre-planned way in advance.
flushes will chop this pot up, assuming no one folds.
It sure attracted an interesting little cast of characters. If you didn't play much, it was like watching a parade.
And Caleb has bet pot. And this will put Bones in an awkward spot. 10 high spades. They shrink quickly in a bomb pot, and he'll let it go, and that will actually give Caleb. No, excuse me, Manny. Manny makes the call, and he's going to scoop.
Straight on the bottom. Oh, I didn't even see the flush.
Oh, shit, he's scooping.
Oh, no.
Ace five.
Wow, that move by Caleb. It's a huge benefit to Manny. Gets the bet and does not have to chop the pot with Bones. So everything going right for Manny. And playing quite well also. Gets away from top pair on that hand a moment ago versus the set of Kevin Y.
I was here. I didn't hear you. I didn't see you. I was at the holiday Christmas party.
Reverend
I didn't work. I got
asked,
invited,
how do we keep up with the points?
Yeah, I was in the tournament.
I have not been told specifically, but if history serves me, typically there's a website where players can easily go and track the points in basically real time. That would be my expectation.
Yeah, they bought them. The same guy that owns the dog.
See if we can get a graphic of that for future streams as the series approaches, but I definitely would be willing to bet there will be a website where you can track that. We did that with the Trailblazer Tour in the past. Also a great series.
Oh, yeah, Lakers? Yeah.
I believe we had over 3 million in the
Come on.
prize pools for that series.
Get him, Barbara.
Wow.
James, this is a good way to get rid of your nip button. You flop a flush, but Caleb does have a draw to a better flush. In fact, a nut flush. 10 of spades would give Caleb a royal flush. And that would be a first for the streams, at least that I have done.
Yeah, yeah. No. He's pretty smart, old man.
All in.
I believe we're going to get, we're going to get James a stack in the middle here, and he's going to be at risk.
What are you feeling, man?
Twice. I might be dead. I haven't won.
You're not dead.
Okay. Twice.
2,000
Twice.
in the middle.
Twice.
Players are going to run it twice. See if Caleb can get there. Does not improve on the first board. And gets there on the second, so they'll chop it up. First board counts to the nit game. So Caleb, or excuse me, James will relinquish his nit button, and I believe that is going to leave Pariah with the last nit button, and he will be responsible for the nit tax.
You pay everyone 200.
That Jack made makes a state, right? The fact that the board was. And also the higher.
I would like your hand a lot too.
No matter if he had a.
So this is flat.
That's exactly what you want. Get the money in, run it twice.
Reverend, indeed, that the summer series is for the Austin location.
Getting screwed on twice a lot.
So yeah, unlike Trailblazer, which was across all TCH locations, this one is
Okay, so he's
an Austin-only event.
How much do I have?
maybe.
So the tax has been revealed. It is $200 from Pariah for losing that nit game. Does have a chance to get his money back if he can win this hand. And James just rips ace-8 suited with that dead money in the middle. And Manny wakes up with sixes. Jam from James is for 1K. Manny's certainly recognizing the situation here that James could be doing this on the light side, given the dead money in the middle. Of course, knows he would be likely flipping at best. Manny lets it go. Caleb doing a little inventory. Just 10 deuce suited, but he'll let it go. And Kevin out of there as well with a mystery hand. And Bones insta calls with a dominating ace. James is going to be in a little trouble here. And Pariah with King Deuce. He's got a jam and a call ahead of him, so gonna have to bow out of the splash pot
Twice is good.
as the splasher.
I'm kidding. How do you put that in?
A lot of ways to chop, but Bones ahead now with his 9 kicker. They're gonna run it twice.
How do you put ace 9 in?
King 2.
Pair the board.
First board to Bones.
Okay.
And trip 8s for James on the second board, so they will chop up the money in this splash
How
pot.
do you not snap fold that?
How do you jam with that?
I can have ace 10, ace jack, ace queen.
Gotta love the knit game.
I think he wanted to play a hand.
This is bottom.
You're very lucky.
I'm tilting. I'm tilting.
I like
tilting.
you. I'm a gambler in that.
What?
James, you're very lucky to ace game, man.
Got it in bad, you got there.
Is this mine?
Yeah.
Might have been.
I mean, you got 1,000 into like.
Can I still buy out?
Name your kid. Name your kid.
$200 splash and like another.
Just send me a picture of the person.
Oh my god. What happens if I don't name him that and I lose?
So it was like 300.
I get the kid.
So 1.3 to.
Yeah. Weston, that's how contracts work, right?
What?
He agrees to name his kid after me.
I
If
got
he loses the debt and refuses, I get the kid, right? By Texas law.
Oh, it's Texas law. Yeah. Are you a lawyer?
He's a lawyer. Yeah.
Really?
He's my lawyer.
I was gonna think he looks a lot like my lawyer actually. Looks a lot like my lawyer.
Manny fold?
He looks like everybody's lawyer.
He does. That's true. What law do you practice?
Transaction.
Kevin C, Big Slick.
Not any.
Raises
Not any
50.
criminal and not any family law.
And we'll just take down the blind.
We can put him on retainer.
He's my lawyer.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
So Shadur Sanders was stopped going 101 and a 60. You think he'll go to jail?
We are on a we are live, but on a 15-minute delay for game integrity.
I thought he was going to call you on
I
that.
felt he had.
I thought so.
He was
Right.
counting and everything, you know, and I
I would
still
not
had
have won
my
the
hand.
hand. I would not have won.
Oh, okay.
And I still had
But
my hand.
if I was in later positional, I would.
What did you say you had sixes?
35. I would have called for 6.
Kevin, another playable hand. He's got a pair of 4s. He'll raise it up.
I thought you were going to call us.
Is
That's
it
what I'm saying.
though?
Here,
3-bet from Manny. He's got king queen suited, and Caleb in there with a suited king.
I was risking 1,000 to win 300 immediately.
Yeah.
You probably would have done better than
But that was bottom. Like, I'm not lying.
Ace nine.
A7 was a fold.
I mean, A7 isn't a fold, but you might know it.
No, because there's no.
5, 7, 8. 4 is still good.
We'll talk about it later.
And Manny going to keep the pressure on. He's going to see bet 250.
You got lucky. You got lucky.
Welcome back, bud.
Caleb does have an open ender and backdoor hearts.
To be fair, I guess I could have had like 5, 6, 8, 7.
King, queen.
We'll make the call.
King queen suited, maybe. Not king jack. Not with having two behind me.
And certainly can't blame Kevin. Does fold the best hand there, but when you see a bet and a call ahead of you, pretty tough to call with an under pair to the board and deuce of diamonds on the turn.
Oh my god.
Does not change much.
Different.
300.
And now Manny, after getting called on the flop by Caleb, is going to slow down. And Caleb
I'll run it with Chippy V later.
is going to take advantage of the situation. Nicely played by Kevin, or by Caleb, excuse me.
Cards right there. After I dunked off 650 to you.
Also, the odds are worse because like.
Picks a nice spot to semi-bluff
Like the big blind's not getting
and takes it down.
as good of a
Right there?
price.
Good hand. Good hand. You'll see. I can't say that one.
Like normally the big blind would be getting like they only need like 35.
On to hand 50. We are around the halfway point.
Yeah, too much.
When it comes to the big blind, there's still that money in the pot.
Yeah, best volley in the box for 2 hours is cranking him out, doing what he do.
Yeah, we're actually a little bit ahead. Of course, not a lot of tanking in this game either. So
No,
kudos to the players.
Yeah, the bomb pots have gone fairly quickly.
A couple of tens for Bones, and it says no more limping. He'll make it 150. Savvy pros like Bones will very often attack this dead money, and it's going to take it. Of course, he has a real hand as well, but
Thanks, Bugs.
takes
Sorry,
that
because I
one
really
down.
wanted to play.
I understand.
Yeah, normally you need 20 seconds. In this situation, you need 10, 20 seconds to call. Right? There's big blind at least.
Manny's still the big winner. Evan, Eddie, and James all on the plus side. Manny doing Manny things, raising 9-3 suited under the gun +2.
Feel any better? I would have folded A7.
Would you have? Yeah,
I'm not sure how that would run in GTO Wizard, but
GTO Wizard, what's that?
it's a online tool that gives you optimal game theory optimal solutions to spots,
15 years.
Probably.
pre and post flop.
I don't like that.
10.
9.
Plug the hand in, it will run
We'd be in the 10.
computer simulation to tell you what the inexploitable move is.
Nah, he did.
Try to stop off.
I'll enjoy my money.
Got some checks, and Manny
Enjoy it.
is going to bet with a pair of threes here.
Exploiting me.
I prefer to take it this way.
Nobody else with much. Evan actually has the best hand with a pair of fours, but
See, you don't have a guilty conscience.
it's going to look relatively strong to bet into that many players. And Manny will win another
When you take
one.
it from the weight loss bed, it's just
Certainly has been the Manny show so far.
Like
Yeah, it has.
has run and played
know,
well.
I don't want to say anything that would curse him because
I'm not even trying.
you know,
What if he tried?
you hope that he doesn't have a
feel better
compensation
about
package.
taking my money if
We
I
have
try?
seen a lot lately where the player that's been down
Okay,
makes
I
a big
won some
comeback.
money,
Kevin
but,
was
like,
one of them one time.
my friend acquaintance
So it's got to
back
come
up.
from somebody's
Well, that was
stack.
my wife's logic. My wife's logic was like, look, if you lose 60
But
pounds,
lately,
and you pay
the
$1,000
chip leader is kind of like optimized last week. The chip leader has kept the lead all the way through the entire
give me a break
stream.
even. Just give me a break even and it's 220 or something. No.
220. This is not a pound short.
It's 50 pounds from now.
Steady's going to call with Queen 10 and
So you're still 20 pounds
holds
short.
around to Pariah. He's got King 9 off, and he will limp the button.
Pariah.
Probably not going to win.
No shit.
You're like, I don't have to give you anything.
Yeah, like, I just chill out for a few minutes.
I think the $500 buyout would be a better deal for me. I think a $500 buyout would be a better deal for me to take a break even at 210.
Take the buyout.
I'll say, if you gave me break even at 220,
Got a raise from Evan. Gets a call from Steady and Pariah.
But if you gave me a break even at 220 and you paid me
Evan
less
sensing
than
some weakness with all the limps, and Pariah will flop top pair here.
And then we'll do even money.
$1,000.
Check 2, and he will bet it.
I think my wife would be happy for me to take that.
That's going to be a pretty credible bet,
You don't-
and he'll
you
take
don't
it down.
seem too thrilled about it.
Genius. Yeah, that actually, some people might ask why would Pariah play the King 9 there? I think that's a widening of the button range. So many people will squeeze that button with a strong hand. That was a hand that is only a call. It really happens to hit. So I do like to play a wider range on the button and the cutoff. I kind of keep that in my mind at a 1-2 table while not being silly about it.
Yeah, before for 6 months I lived is when I walked 15 miles. And I just like ate potatoes.
You eat nothing, you go to the gym, you're just gonna walk. But like that's not.
I guess I can't call Steady a card dead because he has had aces, but
Now, if you're gonna do
other
it,
than that, he's been
Is that the only aces? It was. What?
pretty, only aces after 53 hands. We did, in fact, crack 90 hands one time before the first appearance of aces, so
Was that the world record?
at least my personal record as a commentator. Yeah. But then, as variance does, we got aces a couple more times in the next 10 hands,
Yeah, you got to have that statistical snapback to mean.
I think I'd still have to go really hard and starve myself for 3 weeks of doing it.
Jack on the turn here. Clubs get there. Nobody with clubs. But
Like you figured out the catch. It's really hard.
top pair with a decent kicker for Kevin Y, and he will check it on a pretty wet board, to say the least. And the brickiest of bricks does give Manny a pair, but Kevin Y in the driver's seat with the check mark.
I was thinking like ace jack for sure. What if Eddie had jammed?
Kevin C takes a stab with his top pair.
What if
Actually,
Manny jammed?
not really a stab, probably going for some value, and it's going to be out kicked. Small pot though.
You're in the
5-4 diamonds. I have 5-4 diamonds.
Somewhat of a block bet size. He checks to Kevin there, and he bets full pot. You just hate that spot.
Well, folks, we want to remind you. Sorry, did I cut you off of that? I
All
can hear
good.
the
We gotta
squirrels running.
We got to tell the people about the Trailblazer Tour, Uncle T.
As you can see here, we're going to kick this off in September up in Dallas, Las Colinas, and it's going to run all the way through September to April, as it did this last year. This is our second Trailblazer Tour. I'm going to call it the State Championship of Texas.
It's like the Texas Poker Open, essentially.
Yeah, I like it.
And someone might just wake up with a huge deal.
You can see the dates on there. Scan the QR code. Schedules will come out soon for Dallas, Las Colinas.
And truly something for everybody. Multiple locations, multiple buy-in sizes, different games.
one of the best songs ever made.
Anyone can find the form of poker they're looking for. Back to a bomb pot here, getting the cards scanned in. Set of fives for steady, top board. Set of kings for Praya on the same board. Could be a little bit of trouble here for steady.
Oh yeah, no, I discussed that before I looked at my hand.
And Bones with a set of sevens on the bottom. It's a bomb pot of sets.
Nut club draw now coming into play for Pariah. And he does have the set on the top, so he's got a ton of equity, although the sevens are good right now on the bottom. That's why Bones' equity is high. Nothing much for Steady Eddie, although he could hit the hearts, the nut hearts on the top. Not much for him on the bottom to play with.
Yeah, going to be tough for that. I think that flush draw may cost Steady some money unless he gets there, because it's tough to flop or to fold a set and the nut flush draw.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I don't want to.
Yeah,
you can think about your
Pariah
game
gives
while
it up.
thinking about theirs.
Oh,
So
I didn't know
so
that.
it gets
I
to
didn't
you.
know that.
You already made your decision.
A little surprising with the nut club draw on the bottom. I'm liking that two-way hand.
It's a
Sure, that could be beat by aces.
When he was
And
thinking, obviously,
that-
if he goes all in,
There's always the remote possibility that the aces are there with one on both boards. Certainly seen people
That's
flop
something I never
sets on
thought
both
about.
boards.
You think about
And
your
that's
hand
about
wall.
all I got to say about
Those other
that.
people.
What movie is that from?
You lost me on this one.
Forrest Gump.
Yeah, Forrest Gump. Bones will take it down with that bet, in fact,
You wanted to scare him into
which is a nice result to not have to chop the pot.
Yeah, I think that the result would have been a lot different if we kept Pariah in the
player
hand.
A bets, player B goes in the tank for however long.
Obviously.
Well,
Steady did, that's again, that's something you talk about with the bomb pots. You don't want to play a one-board hand. You know,
unless I really ever.
I mean, it really helped there that he had both the set and the draw,
Take my 5 or 10
a
seconds.
non-choppable hand. I mean, you could always, but you're either going to lose that hand completely, or you've got a real good chance to win it. And with nothing on the other board, you have no parachute.
Oh, this song's a banger too.
Yeah, that's their buddy.
Hey, Shaq for Bones. He'll raise it up from the low jack. Manny suited ace queen.
Getting a little gay.
He will 3-bet here, and
Money, money.
he's got a dominating ace to Bones' ace jack.
Wow.
Bones flicks in a
Your wife is
call.
gonna be very proud to see that.
We'll get to play the hand in position.
Bubbling, bubbling, wanna make the world. I just listened to this song a week ago. Surprise.
10 high board, and
increasing the
Bones
rating.
has
Your 2-year-old
proven to win a lot of these spots in position.
Manny
but
does steal the betting lead from him. He did. It was
Manny was the
yeah,
pre-flop
that's
3-better,
right.
but
Bones just called.
yeah, Bones not surprised by this flat at all. Does have backdoor hearts as well.
That
And
was
there
one of
they
those
are
calls.
for Manny. Excuse me, I had the
Yeah.
players flip-flop, but Manny gets there with the backdoor hearts.
It's not about the money, guys.
And I think this story is going to start to look a lot stronger now that Manny has bet the turn as well and looked pretty comfortable doing it. So Bones will bow out.
Yeah, Bones not overvaluing the
How
ace
big of
jack,
an
which I
attorney
see
are
a
you?
lot at the
Pretty big.
table.
You have like a bunch of attorneys under you?
6 foot.
It's not exactly king 10,
A whole office.
but it's just a fraction of a percentage point better.
No assistant,
Yeah, actually, if I had to say,
no other attorney.
See the neighborhood.
I would say ace jack offsuit is up there with king 10 in terms of overplayed. It's at least in the conversation.
Well, you're just going up the scale. It's still a two gapper. It's just the best two gapper. That's about all you could say. It's the nut two gapper. Did I just invent something?
Well, and I think the biggest, or one of the big keys with it, is that if you play a big pot with a pair of aces when you hold ace jack, you're out kicked so often because people are not going to want to put a lot of money in a pot with ace 10 or worse. So see people get caught in that spot, out kicked by ace queen and ace king. Got a raise from James with his 2 connector. Caleb and Steady will make the call, and flush draw for James. This is,
And gut shot.
yeah,
I'll let him
Be
get
too
by.
much better. I mean, you don't like to see the pair, and it could be too much better for James because he's never going to put anybody in the hand on a
Push me
3.
out with a 7-8.
and I think this c-bet is probably just going to take this down.
Yeah, especially with those 2 players.
At a straight flush, he's gonna look at you and think, "Oh shit, I need to fold like queens plus."
Well, I don't know if I said.
And James will just choose to show it.
I gotta put something. I gotta have. I guess I gotta get a better.
And James, experienced pro as well, he's not going to be showing with for no reason. Probably wants the table to see that he's opening wider than just premiums.
Yeah, I think James is also very aware of the fact that he's not played a lot of hands, so he's got a limited amount of time to tell a story. And if he does now start to get some hands, it'll be like, oh, maybe he's just frustrated. You know,
Yeah.
he just showed a draw there, combo draw, but a draw.
Bones, how old are you?
45.
Are you actually? You're not that old.
Manny ace-7 on the button will raise.
No way.
It's a call from Steady with a suited ace.
You look good for yourself.
Bones will complete from the straddle with Jack 10. King high flop, everybody missing. Ace high with the 7 kicker, still good for Manny.
He doesn't spend a lot of time.
Checks
staring
around.
at the sun.
And there's the ace
Not gonna back
for
up
Steady and Manny.
riding the
Steady
horse.
does have obviously a 6 to win it or a lot of chop outs.
Heads up.
Been ducking the sun and ducking the job for a long time.
To a river, and there's a chop out.
For a long time.
That'll do it. Pretty good advice.
I think this is going to be just a simple check call. He'll chop this one up.
Like seriously, you don't even have like lines on your corner hands. That's crazy.
They come from smiling. I play live poker. How much smiling?
Just squint from your mouth. You got a little bit of lines, I guess. A little bit. Just a little bit. 29.
Manny's still leading the way up, nearly 4K. James has now peaked into the profitable leaderboard. Along with Steady and Evan.
Never thought you'd hear a Utero, and never thought I'd have that.
It's pretty
Lines
close.
around my eyes for cheeks.
Nobody's super stuck. Any player
I
can
would
be
say
You never know what
right
you're
into the profit with the double
You
up.
never know what the game
That's
is.
exactly right.
I feel like we've been over here eating. I would say you slightly because of all the gray. There's a lot of gray.
Oh,
You can do gray 30.
Yeah, but he's got quite a bit of gray. That's weird.
there's no place else you would ever find
Slightly used.
culturally, intellectually,
I don't know. Do you dye your hair?
behaviorally,
You don't have that much gray in your hair though. Like,
poker game over time.
Just
People won't believe the story.
I don't know. Slightly, very slightly over. You're like 48. Oh, really? Okay.
Once again, Bones finding a good spot to 3-bet with a raise and a lot of relatively weak calls here. So he makes a 175. The graphic showing UTG or under the gun, but that is the straddle position. Caleb with Queen 9 suited, but out of position. He'll let it go. Nice pick up there for Bones.
You would have heard the stories. I sat beside TJ Cloutier in a tournament for 4 hours listening to his stories after he had survived it. Unbelievable. Probably the best 4 hours I've ever played.
Because he's out of practice.
He talked about the old road gamblers, and that was a lot of those guys, Cowboy Walford and Brunson, all are playing in Dallas. He said one of the guys that was a producer lost a big hand and hollered and got up, pulled a gun out of his pocket, said, "I'm going to get my money back," and robbed everybody at the table. Took all the money out of the bank and everybody's pocket. And went out the door with it. So after he was gone, they all got together and poured a drink and said, "What are we going to do about this?" And after a debate in a couple of hours, they finally decided that they would ban him from the game for 2 weeks. Yep. That was his punishment. He was such a good producer that they overcome the armed robbery in 2 weeks. Couldn't stand to be that long without his wife.
What year was that?
I guess.
Back in the day.
Yeah, but it's in the 50s, I think.
I'll let y'all listen in on Priya's TJ Cloutier's story, but we do have a hand brewing here. Kevin Y, 3-betting, King 10 suited.
Long time ago.
Somewhat similar spot to what Bones had last hand, and in fact, his opponent holding the same hand, our opponents, so as Caleb had, and that will work. He'll take it down.
Me too.
Jesse, how you doing?
And those little squeeze spots do add up, and they accomplish a couple things. You're going to win some dead money, as Kevin did there, but also it allows you to show, or at least give the illusion of a wider 3-betting range. Never want to be the player at the table that everybody knows only 3-bets ultra premium hands. Your opponents should just get right out of the way, and especially with savvy players like this, and tough to get paid off with that edge.
Poker player in the world for a couple, 3 years there, maybe. Yeah, he won a lot of time.
And Kevin cutting into that deficit.
What's up? He had Pittsburgh Steelers.
Canadian.
Everybody paying attention?
100%.
I know he played for Canadian, but I think he also played for them. I don't think he necessarily did anything.
Kevin hasn't had a lot of great spots, but he did have one, and I was going to be a bit surprised that Manny was able to get away from a pair of aces when he popped a set. A turned pair of aces for Manny.
15. You should see my hand.
I know.
Is that your age?
Right.
Got a new dealer in the box, Jesse.
That's probably the lowest you did.
Going to be dealing cards.
My hands have been complete dog crap. And honestly, look back.
Yeah, it was an 8 or 9 once. Yeah.
Hey,
I can start limping if you guys
walk
want
around
me to,
with
just up the beat pad. Artificially inflate it.
It's
You
just
know?
not.
9 dudes and all of that.
Just gonna tell you, Weston has
9
almost
dudes and
doubled.
all it's just visible.
She was that
I
one.
didn't even hear it.
Weston?
Almost doubled.
Probably 30-something.
What kind number are we on?
Probably, it has to be
I think they're
close
behind.
to
I think
100.
the other ones are behind you.
And you guys wanted to start the Nick game?
Okay. We have another game, I think.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
I guess
Back
it's
to the knit game.
Just figured to start passing around. So there you go.
Certainly did change the table dynamics last time, so this will be fun for us and the viewers. Can be a bit stressful for the players, especially if you're one of the
I love the knit game.
remaining players.
I really do. I like thinking about how it changes hands. I like the whole change, the tweaking of. I like the fact that some of the nittier players, I'm going to get to see what their holdings are. You know, I love everything about it. As a player.
Yeah, I think knit game, one of the best things, along with the big blind ante in tournaments that has come along in the poker world.
Here we go.
Pariah says Nick game's on. I'm going to raise this suited king.
Just be wiped out from TCH databases.
Gets a call from Kevin C.
Just have your last. You should go by your last name.
Maybe we should have a tournament where you play Nick game.
I believe that there has been some Nick game tournaments. Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't believe here yet. But
Yeah, you give everybody like 4 chips, and if they lose the Nick game, they can be eliminated, or 3 chips.
yeah, I believe the penalty for losing the Nick game is, I've heard both, either a big splash pot or you're out of the tournament. Kevin will take that one down and relinquish his Nick button with a flush.
That was fun.
Well, the one thing we don't have to do much in Texas is push action.
Oh, it doesn't feel.
So I don't know if it would be maybe better elsewhere.
That's funny. We have probably the least need to play the Nick button, but we play it anyway.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know,
Pretty proud of it. Probably a bigger flush.
it's like I forget what movie it was where what the actor, I think it was Bill Murray, played a heavy drinker, and where somebody offered him wine, and you know, he went, yeah, okay. Because we, you know, it's like we have plenty of action. We don't really need a little taste of wine. We'll drink it anyway.
You know, I may go 2 for 2 here. I think, was that the bowling movie? I'm forgetting.
Yeah, the one with
name.
Randy Quaid is the Quaker bowler. Oh gosh, I don't know. Maybe.
Help us in the chat. What is the name of that kind of iconic comedy about bowling?
Where he's the bowler and he.
Yeah, it's got a rose and a clear ball.
Yeah, forgot about that. I'll just remember the bowl milking.
Manny takes that down with a couple of 8s. He is in good shape in the Nick game, getting rid of his button.
Jesse, just as fast as pass. Jesse, if you watch this stream later on, you cannot, like, did you write down how many hands passed before it switched?
60.
Okay, so if Jesse doesn't get in 60, we're going to give him a hard time. We're going to cut him from the roll.
Yeah. If there's any dealer capable of doing it, it's Jesse. He dealt,
Jesse or KJ, Daniel.
He dealt the bubble of day 1 in our summer warm-up this last week to my table. And pretty sure we were playing twice as many hands as the other table. But Jesse can go about as fast as he wants to.
Yeah, I had a hand with Jesse at the table in a tournament where somebody said, "You want me to call the clock to help your decision?" And I was like, "No, I'm just trying to compensate for Jesse right now."
Yeah.
And he looked at me like, "What?" He's trying to slow down. I wanted to go to break. They want to play 62 hands before I got to break in 15 minutes.
Both players now with a pair.
Yeah, but let's start talking
Evan,
about all the English bands. You set
better
those
end
up
of it.
and You get into shit, man. Pink Floyd, and it goes on and on and on and on. We can do this one. They're so good.
Check, and a pair of 7s will win it for Evan.
Pink Floyd's awesome.
Probably
They're really good.
Oh, it's fantastic.
pretty pleased to get rid of his knit
I like
button with a
David Gilmour, I think, even
It's
more
so
than
good.
Pink.
relatively weak
Because
hand.
I don't like
The
Roger
backbone.
Daltrey.
Yeah. What Roger Waters, Daltrey
Or
was the Who.
Roger Waters.
Roger Daltrey. Pete
And he
Townsend.
is second in winnings, but man, Manny is just winning all the cash tonight. He is
I will. And we can
the
get
far
off
and
these
away
bands like Jeff Rowe
winner.
Cole and Get some really good 70s. They're not talking, late 60s and early 70s. That's classic rock.
Here's the knit game effect. Eddie's going to limp Jack Deuce suited under the gun. Pariah also stepping on the gas a bit. He's got ace-6 off in the cutoff. Manny ready to mix it up with 10-6 off. He's winning every hand. Why not? Queen high flop.
Yeah.
Pretty nice for the Jack Deuce.
Yeah, if you're gonna play Jack Deuce suited, is not a bad.
His brother.
It's kind of how this game has gone tonight, that everybody's missed the flop, and the draw is the one that bets and immediately takes it down. It's kind of been quite a few hands.
There you go.
Yeah.
You almost have.
Yeah, kind of the story of the night. Just Eddie gets rid of his nip button.
Which is nice. You
Yeah,
know, I mean, for the nip players, you know, all they got to do is get close.
It's a great result to limp Jack Deuce suited under the gun, flop a flush draw, and get rid of your nip button, no doubt.
Bill, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's a little difficult with the way that the graphics do to put a number on the player. I will make a compromise with you. I will make sure that Kevin has a number on the front of his mask.
Yeah, we do have the seat numbers on the leaderboard when you see the stacks and profit loss, but this particular graphic you see now, we do not have the seat numbers. But
And nobody knows what Kevin looks like anyway, so it wouldn't help if we did. He would not be a worldwide face.
raise from Barber, and he's going to get 3-bet by Kevin Y. Barber does have a real hand with the Nick game on.
Who sings this?
Ace Queen off.
Covers a lot of the Broadway ranges.
Oh, wow. Raya really stepping on the gas since we put this Nick game on. He must have hated paying that $200 Nick tax last time. Pariah, apologies. He's going to 4-bet King 10 off. And if you're Barber, this is terrifying because Pariah, the tightest player at the table, and I do not blame Barber one bit.
No, I did. He's been, as my dad used to say, tired than a bowstring.
Yeah, and I think this is just going to work. Kevin, excuse me, Kevin is going to put in the call.
Yeah, I mean, and of course Barber would have had the best of it.
Yeah, it would have been a great flop for Barber, but
yeah.
And still stepping on the gas.
And of course that gets the fold because again,
yeah, he has all the big aces there.
Pariah made the way all the time. You'd made a lot more money. You start off with that image for the first 2 hours, and maybe you'll do it.
And also the beauty of the Nick game, we got to hear the table's reaction to Price showing King 10 off there. I guarantee nobody at the table is suspecting a hand that relatively mediocre. Nice move, Pariah.
Yeah, I agree.
He will not be paying the nit tax yet again.
Maybe the next time we have the UTA&M game, you could learn something from that.
Yeah, he's in the seat I was in as well.
No, that's true.
That's not the best seat for the nit game, unless you play it the way Pariah did there.
I told somebody afterwards, you really down deep in your heart, you love the Longhorns, and that's why it was okay.
You know, we have to make
we
have to make a lot of educated guesses in the booth, and I'm going to have to say, Uncle T, you missed on that one. Not love the Longhorn hat. As a Aggie grad, ace high flop, king high good for Evan.
Forever memorialized.
I didn't say that.
He'll bet and take it. I would imagine representing the ace in his own mind, but in fact had the best hand.
James Bone and Kevin Y and Barber. Go ahead, the nit buttons.
Right here?
Yeah. Young lady. Is there? I have an extra one.
Pariah, a couple of fives. He will call the straddle. Evan, ace queen. It seems every stream we kind of have a hand of the night that keeps surfacing, and ace queen off is
yeah.
And
the fives have shown out quite a few times.
At a
We've
high
got a lot of
frequency.
middling pairs, a few kings, one ace,
And
ace.
you spoke it into existence. Here's the kings for Barber. What a time to have him. Oh, an ace king. big cooler situation developing here. Kevin Y with the knit game on and his knit button.
Well, if I was in pariah seat, it would be a three-way all in.
Qualified
Maybe four.
as a casino.
Kevin is not going to play it slow. He will raise
Oh,
6, 10, and very interested to see what Barber wants to do here. Last time he had kings, he played them slow.
yeah,
and
he slow played them into an ace.
Oh, New York.
And he may remember that.
I would be very shocked if he goes that route again. I believe we're going to see a 5-bet,
Concrete jungle.
especially based on stack sizes. Kevin Y with 1,800 behind.
He looks at Kevin, which, unless he can read ears, doesn't help.
He does go the slow route. He flats, trying to avoid an ace.
Come on, Jesse. Don't do it.
Jack high flop. So
now you got to go. You do have the big blocker to the hearts.
and he insta checks over to Kevin, and Kevin is not going to slow down.
No. he made down bet, but he's not going to slow down. And he does down bet.
And that would be GTO approved. GTO likes a lot of these small C bets in this configuration. Very profitable, does not have to work that high of a percentage of the time. And Barber also with the king of hearts. Pretty dry board except for the hearts. So see how Barber wants to play this.
I see like Chelsea doing.
I would argue this is a better spot to give Kevin a little rope than pre-flop.
That's not even new.
What? Heavy metal? Okay. Not Norwegian. I feel like
One thing to point out, if you look at Barber's chest, you can see it going up and down. That is a very common tell for a player with a big hand.
What's the name of the band?
Which one?
All of them. List them off. See if I know any of them.
The one that I just listened to was.
Well, we got a big hand brewing.
And then one from Finland.
Unfortunately, if he goes too heavy, this is the good and the bad. If he goes too heavy, and this is like $1,000.
Yes.
900. No? Okay, it wasn't a full 500 green stack.
Yeah, and Kevin thinking, does Barber have any bluffs here? Obviously, the knit game makes it a bit more likely, but this is hardly ever a bluff. And he gets out of there.
I saw Attila. That was like. That's probably like. the heavy
Nicely
bluff.
played by Barber.
Oh, I didn't think you were going to turn.
May have gotten the whole thing if he had raised pre-flop. Don't know if Kevin can get away from ace-king with the knit game on.
I know, I like Doug Lake.
There was a red king somewhere. I don't know what it was.
And that will get Barber up to nearly a 4K stack, winning just over 500.
He had a red king, though. I saw a red king. Looked like a diamond.
Where's that?
Kevin C with a couple of eights. To your earlier point, a lot of these middling pairs. Manny going to raise up fives. And Barber, back-to-back premium pairs. He's got jacks this time, and Kevin with ace-jack.
My move is usually not this long. Usually it's like high 20s.
Barber just flats,
Not like that's great.
and this is another squeeze spot
I wonder if
for
50%
Kevin.
average, probably like 20 or 21.
And he's just going to rip.
Wow.
Here we go.
Sitting on just over 1,500, he puts it all in the middle, and we'll see what Barber wants to do. But with the knit game on and Kevin with the button, I think this is a pretty safe call.
Yeah, but I don't think it's one that Barber will make. He's been tight.
He flicks it in.
He flicks it in. Good for him. So we've got a huge pot now.
Well, you want to go more than once on this occasion?
3,246, our second largest spot of the night.
Yeah, got to fade the ace. It is 30%. He's not in terrible shape. King high flop. And there's the ace on the turn. No justice for Mr. Barber.
No justice, no peace. Well, that's gonna help Kevin dig out of the hole.
Yeah, Kevin, I believe, in the green, in fact.
I don't know. He lost a $3,820 hand to Barber, or to Manny early on. I think it was hand number 4. So,
yeah, I think he's going to be up a couple $100 probably, but look at the leaderboard here, and I'm sure glad to get rid of his nip button. Just, man, unfortunate there for Barber. Not a whole lot more you can do. Oh, he is still stuck. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he lost a huge hand. Then he just lost another, I think, $600-700 on the previous hand.
Oh, I was, yeah. Short-term memory loss. I wasn't thinking about the
Because I got Manny to my left, you know?
ace-king.
Probably has 3.
So who's going to hide your Easter eggs this year?
I guess me, because it'll work.
It's also hard when you're 50%.
I tell you what, you hide mine and I hide yours, and then we'll go to the wrong
Then
yard.
nobody will know where they
Right, we'll go to the wrong yard to look for them, you know?
are. Kevin C. raising king, queen suited.
It's not discipline. It's just that I'm getting garbage. Go back and rewatch it. Seriously, look through my hands.
Just James just saying how card dead he was.
Yeah, Barber makes the call with king 5 of diamonds.
Go to bat for me.
A couple of 6s for Bones.
Anyone but Bones. Anyone but Bones. Barber. I'm rooting for Barber the most.
There's the top for KY.
And the big flush draw for Kevin C. See some fireworks here.
There, I got it right.
And being under the gun +2, Kevin is likely to be the person that leads out here, which may be pretty straightforward for KY to figure out. But he does. Did he check it? No, he bet 100 and gets snapped by Barber, who does have a pair of 5s.
I'm attracting.
Yeah, I think Kevin is 3-bet incoming. No, just flats.
Did the math and doesn't worry about the club, and he shouldn't. But that does.
Oh, is this tonight?
Yeah, that doesn't really change anything. The king queen is now open-ended, so it's a combo draw for Kevin, and that's why you see the equity swinging his way.
Gigantic draw.
Yeah, even being behind at this point, he's still got the majority of the equity.
I remember that. That was a sick cooler. I should have folded.
You caught the straight. You caught the king for the straight.
I should have folded.
Wow, pretty quick fold by Kevin Y.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he thought it too much. It looked too much like an overpair, or a pair of 8s or a pair of 5s.
No.
Yeah, it was.
Nice hand for Kevin C.
Yeah, I guess he thought he was up against a set of 8s or a set of 5s because there wasn't a straight draw. 2 flush draws that hadn't arrived, obviously. I still thought, maybe he got lucky and hit his ace jack. And
Just James. Heads up in the nit game. Ace 5 suited. He'll raise. And Barber 3-betting light with 7-3 off. Maybe a little steam after that.
Yeah, he's
bad beat.
He's still got the. No, he doesn't have the nit button. That's right, because he won the hand against Kevin.
And it's going to run smack into Bones' ace king, and Bones heads up with James in the nit game, and might be some fireworks. 'Cause neither of these two players are going to be in the mood to believe either.
Well, Bones makes a huge overbet. Bones does vary his betting up quite a bit. Maybe trying to set himself up for hitting his ace king, but appearing to have a middling pair.
Yeah, and James has to worry about Barber. His range is still uncapped, although we know he has 7 high. But ace-5 suited, if you do some poker training, is a hand that people will choose to balance their 5-betting range with. Of course, along with their premium pairs, ace-king type of holdings.
And I can tell you, James is very well trained.
Yeah, I'd imagine he's just thinking about, do I just jam here or let her go? I would bet if he didn't have Barber behind, he might just go ahead and put it in and hope to be ahead of Bones trying to lose his knit button.
Yeah, and that's what I wonder if James is going through. Is this a knit button overbet? Which again, Bones smart enough to maybe trying to represent that middling pair, eights, and overbetting also because he has the knit button and playing a much stronger hand than he appears to. And that combination of things may have people calling him light.
Nice fold by James.
That really is.
There was a lot of ways he could come up with a reason to overplay that ace-5 suited and managed to make the right move.
The other thing was that if you listen to the dialogue right before this hand, he was saying that he did not want to play that previous hand or a button removing hand specifically with Bones.
Yeah.
So and I don't know if he was just just reparteeing or just kind of also revealing that they're he's just giving a little bit more respect to Bones.
Yeah, well, he'll have to splash this pot for a couple hundred, but that's a lot better than losing the whole 9 and change.
What are the odds? What do you mean, what are the odds?
Bones and James have had really quite nice. You can tell they're big because they're $33 down and $70 down, essentially even.
Unlucky, mate.
And it would be pretty easy to make an argument that Bones would be down significantly more had he not played really well in certain spots, picking up some dead money. And James just wakes up with Cowboys, and he is ripping it.
Now, I thought that James still had his knit button because he had it the hand before with Bones where he folded, so he should have.
So James is actually, this is a perfect spot to look bluffy because he has had to splash the pot after losing the knit game, and he's going to get a refund.
Lose it on the previous.
Yeah. So
I thought that there was one other person. I thought Pariah was out.
That's
All right, my bad.
that's
I'm an idiot.
yeah, so James actually gets a rebate of his splash pot, and that's kind of why I like the splash pot versus just paying each player individually.
Yeah.
Gives not only the loser a chance to get a rebate, but also you have one more nutty hand with dead money, and we've already seen twice that the players are not bashful about fighting for that dead money.
That's fine.
Got some limps, and Kevin's gonna raise it up to 60 with King Queen.
Pariah's had sixes a couple of times in the last 6 or 7 hands.
Barber with King Jack off, getting a good price. He'll flick it in.
Well, you told me a range.
There's a king.
Bidding, King Jack for Barber.
And top pair for Barber. Oh, top 2. And top pair for Kevin Y with a queen kicker. So Kevin Y in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Steady's going to throw out 125 with his jack.
Yeah, net game again.
You really are a masochist.
No real backdoor anything on this rainbow board.
I run so bad.
Barber appearing to make a reluctant call, but
You got your money back.
probably jumping up and down inside a bit. And after Kevin raises this, he's going to be really glad he flatted. Oh, no. I'm going to quit guessing what Kevin's going to do. He flats with top pair.
Or king 6, some garbage.
Throw it in, throw it in.
Now the
Shouldn't have
queen
jammed, I don't think.
is open-ended.
Got some action.
So Kevin jumps up a little bit,
Fucking
but
under the gun
as you
over
can
here,
see, it's kind of
Looks
difficult.
monstrous.
The 9 jack
I just need a
also.
bonus, and then he
Now I
can
guess
fold
it needs to hit a queen as well.
Or king six.
And Barber elects to check.
Oh, okay.
Ace queen gets there. Queen 9 gets there.
Yeah. Now we know that we've got king, queen, and jack 9, so but it's a little scary. But Kevin's going to rep it a little bit. This is again
You did open that ace.
comes from being in position.
That's the gold 4-bet by the guy with the nib button.
Suited ace 5 is suited
That
ace
was
monster.
that was one of the hardest decisions I've had in a long time. I do not think that.
Steady thinking this one over.
Your tail too. And
fair.
Yeah, I think he
He'll
gives
get out
it
of
up
there.
even though he's open-ended. He's like, I can never make the
He should have
nuts.
already had his decision made.
And I
the
think
nuts are already there, possibly.
yeah, and at this point, I think Barber's got to try to decide if he believes Kevin has a straight, or basically is he going to die on the hill of having this 2-pair?
He does make the
He
call.
just makes the call.
I think, yeah, that's a call or fold, not really a raise, even though you have 2-pair there.
And the brickiest of bricks, so Barber's still good. And
Now it's Kevin's turn to be a little bit in the blender here. He's got showdown value. He you know, if Barber checks here, which he's done, Kevin's weighing in his head. Do I push him off this hand if he's better?
No.
I think Kevin is probably thinking, do I go for thin value here? And
No,
he checks back.
I think he had too much showdown value.
Yeah, but people quit. There's a lot of people who have run bad.
Nice hand for Barber.
I mean, that's so polarizing at that point. Just that smooth, kind of slow, smooth call by Barber. That could be nuts, setting up a check raise, or it could be weakness. And it could also be ace king. You know, I mean, it could be 2-pair. It could be a lot of things. Unfortunately, that gave Kevin no information, and all the information he evaluates is that he's behind. It's going to be 75% of the time he's behind with just a king. So,
Not everybody has a heart of lesson.
Yeah, agreed. And the additional question of maybe I think I'm ahead here, but if I bet, can I ever get called by a worse hand? And on that run out, yeah, that's
He's still out here.
less likely.
Still waiting for the next set of aces.
And only 2 winners because Manny has all the money.
I would say that.
yeah, he does. Pete's on Manny.
The people who play poker
Yeah, a bunch of players relatively even, especially for this game size.
how bad
Back to a bomb pot.
be natural.
Oh yeah.
Well, we want to remind everybody this is TCH Social Austin, Texas live stream. The 5-5 $10 straddle
Fill up bad months.
game. Jesse in the box, Kristen and her trainee are running the cards, and you've got Kyle the Goldfish Frisbee with Uncle T here.
That's going to have to be the last time we go with that one. Manny flops the world here. He's flopped top set on the top board as well as a straight draw on the bottom with the pair. He has great scoop ability.
Scoopability. Show me your scoopability.
Run pure and sun runs like crazy. It's been a long time. You know, I've had
I
good
think
stuff.
scoop ability is in the Websters.
I do not.
I don't think so either.
I mean, I don't play a lot. I mean, I play two times, maybe three.
Now it's Barber turns a set of 9s, but obviously a very wet board.
Yeah. Jack 10 for Manny, just locking it up on that one end. I will say this. I have 2 cats, so I have a lot of scoop ability.
You're regularly exercising your scoop ability.
Yes, I do a lot of scooping. I've perfected my technique is all in the wrist and the nose. Barber not liking. He does check. Manny's pushing this nuts.
Yeah, Kevin Y is bet with his set of 4s. Pretty scary on this board.
So difficult to ever anticipate that there aren't There are club draws. Obviously, Barber's got the nut club draw. A lot of clubs in the hands that kind of eliminate that from a lot of possibility. Very low percentage. And there's no spade on the bottom board.
I suspect Manny's flatting here, and assuming the river cards are relatively safe,
And
he
it's only $1 an
probably
hour.
palms this river to try to take
$1
the
an
whole
hour.
thing.
Yeah.
But Barber also in there. He needs the board to pair.
He does not want the board to pair on his nines.
Kristen's gonna come up.
He doesn't have anything.
Oh, sorry. He has the flush draw. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
no outs.
I'm
Yeah.
sure they're happy.
Top board.
Only the nuts. He's really playing for that, and he actually
Unless
has,
they change it.
something to look at on the bottom board. But
And Manny gets there. He's got a scoop.
yeah,
$1 an hour CP.
he does get there. He gets the Broadway, and he has the nuts on the
Check it out,
top.
everyone. Check out Hijack Poker.
Try out our
Download the app.
summer 10. Every $10
I mean, it's hard to see for him a little bit. With just the queen high straight, but he does have it.
And Barber and Kevin White get out of the way pretty easily, but nonetheless, the man of the night wins another 1K. He's up over $7,500 in his
Yeah,
stack.
those two jacks just love the fact. I mean, you're looking at that top board and you're like, well, I do have
You can
the queen
deposit
high
cash
straight.
at any TCH location.
Just James giving us a free promo.
I was
He's a
like,
fan
did
of
we just get
Hijack.
feedback or something? That didn't sound like either one of us.
Yeah. Apparently, just James a hijack fan as well. I play on there under the name Whammo nearly every day, so look for me in my kind of nightly wind down is the Midnight Madness. So say hi in the chat if you see Whammo.
Not a lot of stuff.
So the piranha, barracuda, goldfish is right out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to veto those, Uncle T. I'm sorry. I
Guess I need to
admire
change like phylos or something,
I admire your creativity, but I just have to.
Well, I always said that I don't have this skill to add to the discussion about poker, so my talents are best focused elsewhere.
Evan, he's gonna three bet ace-10 suited, and James just rips ace-king, which makes a lot of sense. Manny with the ace-5 suited.
Negative.
Ace-5 suited, a playable hand, but typically you want to be the aggressor, not the caller. Oh, no, excuse me. Manny has pocket sevens. Kevin Y has the ace-5 suited. Apologies.
I've seen a lot of these ace-king middling pairs. The middling pairs have, other than James, I think he hit the set of sevens, wasn't it, James? That
I think it was.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was early on. Got the 7 on the flop. They've not fared well, and the owners of those small pairs, sevens get out of this hand. They've been a little sticky. I mean, that was a pair of sevens that KY played against Manny in that big hand early against Ace Jack. So
Just James will take that one down.
You should hire me for marketing.
One.
Yeah, the problem is there's too many other guys in there. You don't know what he has.
Wow, after scooping that big bomb pop, Manny up over 4.6K. Here's your V-pips. And speaking of Manny, he is leading the way as his usual. 55% V-pip. Evan will raise with king queen off from the cutoff. Manny's never seen a suited ace he doesn't like. He'll make the call.
PLO as well. It's not just no limit hold'em.
Steady also making the call with ace-5 off. Queen high flop all spades is steady with the nut spade draw.
Half speed, half on
Top
speed.
pair for Evan.
Thank you.
Only thing I don't like about it.
Steady's going to donk lead
It's kind of difficult to download the app. Or phone, but-
into Evan, and Evan just makes the call here.
They also have high low as well.
Oh, they have high low. Wow. Do they have big O then?
So pretty fair fight.
Feel away, but no big.
Around 50% equity for both players, and Steady just immediately gets there. He has the nuts. In fact, he has a steel wheel draw. Four of spades would make him a straight flush.
I was told that they were going to change the spell like 2 months ago.
Yeah. Great check.
He's going to check over to Evan, and Evan wisely checks back and makes trips on the river.
Illusion on double board bomb flats.
Steady will win. Check, check.
I asked Robert, he said it was just twos. I asked Robert.
I
he
do
said
like
it was
that
just
check
twos.
by Steady. Really, the only way he's going to extract more value from his opponent is seeing if he can get him to bet maybe a worse spade. Some players may be tempted to bet the trip queens there, but Evan just checks back.
Manny would like to know the update on the resulting.
Has Steady right around the even mark along with Bones.
I was in line for some Pokemon products. I did, I forgot.
No.
It's a real problem.
Pryor will raise up a couple of fours. He's going to get a call from James with ace-jack suited on the button.
You're a youngster. You're one of the young. You're like middle of the pack of the stick.
Three ways to a flop. Couple of hearts. Big flop for James. He's got the nut flush draw and 2 overs, as well as some backdoor straight possibilities. Pryor, however, he's going to bet his pair of fours, and just James will make the call. Manny out of there. 5 of spades on the turn, and Pryor still good with the pair of fours. Let's see what just James wants to do. He's gonna bet his draw and try to take it right now, and he bets 125, and Pryor not a believer just yet. And makes the call. Nice call by Pryor. Non-believer with all the draws out there, and 6 of clubs on the river, and Pryor's still good with his pair of fours. Just James does have showdown value with the ace high, but probably inclined to bluff here. Although after being called by Pryor on the turn, he will check back, and I completely understand that check back.
Oh, did it with the fours.
And nicely played by Pryor. He hangs on with the pair of fours, and
Enough is enough for this guy, right?
we'll show down a
It's like a
winner.
bet where you just blow some chips off the top of your stack.
I brick everything. I brick the 10, the 9, the jack,
The heart.
the heart.
That's what I figured.
Left on the
I
river.
thought he might call. I really did.
And James confirming my suspicion there. I think
Try to lower your beat bit. Close your range a little bit.
a little worried that he was being set up for just a check insta call, and possibly was if Pryor wasn't getting away from those fours after the 6 on the river.
Be ready, 60.
Evan gonna race up his suited connector from the low jack. Gets calls from Bones and Manny.
Is TCH opening any new locations anywhere, Jesse?
Ace high flop. Bones top pair. and a flush draw for Manny.
You guys need a San Antonio.
Middle pair for Evan. Everything for or something for everyone.
I think TCH and San Antonio would rock.
Manny bets 85 with his draw, and
A lot of play.
I
Remember, that
overlooked
reminds me
it.
of that Trump Gaza song.
Bones
Trump
with top
Gaza
and
song.
bottom pair, so
Trump Gaza, shining bright. You know that song?
Is that the one he posted?
this is a
Yeah,
draw
yeah,
heavy
Trump
board.
Gaza,
He will
friend.
go ahead and raise this one up.
Trump Gaza, he is done. Trump Gaza, number one.
Knowing Manny, he's going nowhere with this flush draw.
Yes, I know the lyrics.
Wow.
Don't judge me.
See how Max Payne just he can get for the last
Yeah,
hour.
no.
You shouldn't get political on the air, though.
I know.
Think.
I did not.
It's been the night of Manny. He gets there immediately. However,
I did not share it to my
I
face.
have massively overlooked. I believe that was that a 5 or the 4 of spades. Or no, I'm sorry. It couldn't be the 5 of spades. Excuse me. The graphic had to be updated, so we do have the flush for Manny. Some outs for Bones to a full
he did-
house.
Yeah, and he also could make the nuts spade if he gets a 4 spade, but
Forgive me, folks. It's a lot of hands and a lot of cards, but
Abstract.
That's right.
yeah, you've had to do the majority of the talking tonight too. I've been pure color.
Hey, that's how we make progress in the whole game.
Call. Showdown. Ace-5.
There's the spade.
we make a good team, Uncle
Wow.
T.
Thank you, brother.
Be careful.
And man, Manny just unstoppable.
That's that, Manny.
I do hate it when you're nice to me. Yeah, he's another $1,000 win. It throws me off, first of all. Secondly, it's like all my early relationships.
Well, how so?
You know, they
You're just surprised when they're
I
nice.
kill the flop.
Makes
and
you
then,
suspicious.
and then it gets sucked out on the turn of the. No, I do think I do enjoy. You've heard a lot of Kyle and I in the last month, as our other two commentators have been on the road at the WSOP and in Houston, playing and killing, doing well. Shout out to Lottie and Miss Samantha.
That's your
No offense, Lottie, but I miss Samantha a lot more than you.
Oh, who told you that?
I don't think anybody would blame you.
Yeah, well, not anymore. Not anymore.
Hope
No
to have her
offense,
back.
Lottie.
Hope to have her back here in the middle of July.
Now, it's been a lot of fun following with Lottie's experience at the World Series of Poker. He gives a lot of good updates on his Instagram page.
Yeah. Do you have his little moniker that you can share with the folks so they can check him out?
I will look it up in
Yeah,
the
look it
meantime,
up.
for
I
sure.
think Lottie would appreciate that.
I'm
As
sure
the
he would
eights
appreciate a plug.
Do bet. I take it back. Barber bets. And James does come along. He wants to see at least one more card. Barber picking up the flush draw.
Pretty scary board for eights.
Mm-hmm.
Second call, Raul. The tip transfer is ready for you.
If you hear heavy breathing, that's because just James has the microphone up his nose.
Wow, and just James will make the call. Very nice.
So let's check out the respiration rate for James based on this last card.
125 below. The table is ready for you. DPM.
Once again, in the brickiest of rivers, and check, and eights are good. Nicely played by James.
He breathes easier now.
And circling back to our friend Mr. Lottie, he is Lottie William on Instagram. And while we're at it, I am KW Frisbee with an IE at the end on Instagram. If you'd like to follow me, I post some poker content as well.
I hate to say this, but like all my relationships, I don't know what your middle name is. What is W?
It is Walter.
Walter. I think you told me that.
Family name. My dad, my grandfather.
Nice.
She came out and got after him.
So was Grandpa Frisbee that owned the Pie Plate Factory, was he
You didn't
Walter?
say hardly a word for
He was Walter.
Ah.
These are
Yeah.
lovely.
So we could be throwing around the Walter.
You, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell.
There's already a gentleman here named Walter that plays on. I think he owns that one. You know Walter.
Yeah.
Got some limps here.
Manny with the 10-8 now.
I can
Kevin says no more limping with Jack 10 suited.
No more Larry Limpers. Bones
Bones
comes over the
squeezing.
top.
Weston, I think I know who you voted. I think I know
Bones
who you voted.
is throwing some big bets into his positional betting.
Age would give you
Last
an
act,
edge.
obviously, is the big blind on the opening round. He wants to clear the field a little bit.
Yeah, he's made a
we're just
Problem
talking
is,
about.
by
I know
far
a
the
lot of
most
dumb
frequent
old
squeeze
people.
plays, and
Very consistent.
as we were saying, he hasn't had a lot of huge spots in terms of
That's
post
right.
flop, but he's picked up a lot of these small medium pots, kept him afloat.
Never be like my boy Doug with his Bernie Sanders shirt and all his.
Well, we're moving on to hand 79. Unfortunately, Jesse is way behind, I think, at this point. We're coming into our fourth and final hour.
Yeah, Jesse with a little work to do to catch up to the last dealer.
Well, a bag of words.
I'm sorry. I won't do
We'll
it.
break 100, I have no doubt. I will share with you now while we have a moment. We have just curated a game with Greg Vail, the author of Scoop and the follow-up books, the book on Big O and 08. And he will be joining us on the 16th of July, as we have scheduled right now, to play an 08 live stream. So those of you who like the mixed games, who like 08, PLO, Big O, join us. Better yet, if you'd like to play in that game, reach out to me.
I listened to Ken for 8 hours.
You can always reach me through TCH Social Austin, and I will get back with you on setting up that game. We'd love to have some 08 players show up for that game. Maybe a round of each. We've got to straighten that out with Greg, what he'd like to do. But again, Greg Vail, the author of Scoop, in town, July 16th. I just got word. I'm sure the aforementioned William Lottie has manufactured Nails King 10, which has been his night.
This is an opportunity to make some
Although
public-
3 hearts on the board, but Barber could make the nut. And of course, no, Manny gets the vote.
Well, look, I don't know. Okay, I never heard about these bets. Never heard from
Hoping that his opponent has a
I have
king,
heard from about 30 people that he has a lot
because
of
he has
people.
the nut vote.
But again, we all know the story.
And Barber called, thinking maybe his ace was good. Don't know if that's a misread. We're surprised.
We all know the story. According to Ken.
He saw a YouTube video with 5 minute video.
Oh, a YouTube video.
But yeah, the 16th of July, if you'd like to play in that game, let me know. And we will let you know what the determination is.
He listens to Mexican metal.
That's still a tough one.
Okay. You're bad at
As to what the games will be, but right now we're planning on at least 08, maybe do a round of each for our live stream.
5 8 30.
So whatever, wasn't Ken Paxton supposed to show up that one time and never did?
Yeah, he did a meetup thing.
But he was never to be seen in the building though, right? I was here.
He's there.
He did come?
You wouldn't want to meet Ken Paxton?
Barber betting King Jack,
Even I don't like
handling
Ken
his inner bones.
Paxton. He
James
makes
calls with
mistakes.
A7 suited.
I have to draw a line somewhere.
Not much for anybody.
Oh, check.
Barber's gonna,
Prosecute doctors for helping.
as it said Caleb earlier, in case you noticed, it switched to Barber. Technically, Barber is Barber on the aerial.
That is
His
the
name's
line.
Caleb,
That
and he takes that down.
It's gone too far. It's gone too far.
Honey roasted or regular?
As the lovely Grace serves the table.
I guess prenatal goes with
Shout out to all of our servers who are just wonderful. Bartenders, servers, cooks.
Sort of a armchair
Love that
observation.
shit,
I
man.
don't know if you knew that about me.
Gonna bring
I'm kind of an
Had some
armchair
shrimp
obstetrician. I
and
don't
some
know if you
chicken
knew that
tenders tonight.
about me. It's my hobby.
I didn't know it
Tell you what, if you missed the steak that was the Father's Day special, I had it twice last weekend. It was frippin' awesome. Wonderful prime cut.
see it, but I don't think you care.
Chef let me know where he got those cuts of meat and ordered them special.
Have you noticed all the
And it was a good buy. I think it was $23 is what I want to say for a really nice steak, some au gratin potatoes and the vegetable side. I had, like I said, I had it twice.
No, I just.
Couldn't pay it off.
I told you I saw the
Couldn't bluff it.
Can't beat a $23 steak.
No, and it didn't taste like one. It tasted like a
I thought the sound
$45
was really
steak.
bad.
Shoot, with restaurant prices nowadays, as long as it's actually meat for $23, you shouldn't be disappointed.
I agree. I agree. And that, honestly, folks, I'm not lying to you when I tell you that
I had a
the
funny
food
spot,
here is
so
awesome.
The line was way back
The
up,
price
so
and
like
prices are
You get a
awesome.
wristband to go to the floor.
Which is
Absolutely.
absolutely in the dictionary in East Texas.
The woman who was kind of in charge of,
Awesomer
like,
is a
filtering
word.
it all,
Yeah, if you come, you'll be surprised by the pricing, and not in a bad way.
Not at all.
And I may have told this story before, but I have some friends near where I live up in Leander that own a restaurant, and they came here just to eat and were blown away by the food. So
There's some friends who are up on the side.
folks in the
and I'm,
business were
trying to
impressed.
sneak them
I
down.
got, after this hand, I'll tell you about the drink special I had the other day. As Manny hits his queen. What a surprise! Manny gets a boat. Manny sits out a hand because he's tired of gathering chips, and then he turns around to the next hand and gets back in.
You know, some days poker's easy.
Just smacks you in the face.
Hey,
Oh, he has the speed draw.
just adds a flush draw to it.
And if having to sneak back in with the people that I was
And he gets
sneaking in.
no love.
Yeah.
People are. Oh no, Kevin decides
Oh,
to
yeah,
stick
Kevin does
around
have
with
it.
the 8-7.
You should wait patiently like everyone else has to.
9 of clubs on the river, and see if Kevin wants to call down. Pretty small bet here by Manny.
Yeah, a bet that he almost always gets called by.
No, it's all.
Yeah, and he'll get paid off.
Thank you.
You are on fire.
Manny looks into the distance and does the look away rollover. That's kind of 97.
Yeah, and for Kevin, I mean, it's at a certain point you're like, he can't always have it, but in fact, he does.
Yeah, tonight he does. So as we have the numbers roll across the screen, you'll see Manny's name on the far left as he is up 6.2K.
Man, I have to say, I don't believe I've ever seen a leaderboard this lopsided. Someone up over 6K, and next closest is $200. This is definitely an anomaly.
Yeah, and a lot of red. A lot of red to the right. And Manny is not very popular today, but he doesn't care. He'll cry all the way to the bank.
You gotta be very clear.
You know, and I may be stretching this a hair, but I've heard that you probably have as well, that life is one long poker session.
Yeah.
Well, for Manny also, he's cashing in some equity from some loose, aggressive plays, streams, weeks, months ago. In some cases here with these players that are familiar with his style of game. So nice to see him spin it up.
He decides to take a hand off and talk to the lovely Grace. Yeah, it doesn't suck to be Manny tonight.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's such thing as deserve, but Manny, certainly nothing wrong with him winning when he gives a lot of action. He's not sitting around just waiting for the nuts to get in there.
Yep, I agree. Ace Jack for Barber. It's got top. Nothing really for Bones. Bones does have the position.
You look like a man. You put a lot of money in stock market.
Now a spade draw for Barber as well. Seems like we've had these one-sided hands.
Wandering
You know, that can't really say the flush draws are coming in, although an overcard comes here at the end. Barber's going to make a value bet and not get called.
gas business, restaurant business.
Yeah, I think a bit of the wind out of Barber's sails after that huge pot where he got it in good with Jacks versus the Ace Jack of Kevin Y. Always a little bit tough to mentally reset, but knowing Barber, he's a fantastic guy.
Resilient.
A lot of fun to play with, and he won't let it affect him.
Notable players. Manny Fresh is unstoppable. Overthinker is James. Kevin Y is cursed. Wow, how often do we say that? Not very often.
Yeah, it's true. And
I wish they'd
Manny's
leave those
name-
graphics up longer. It would be really nice for the rundown of all those.
yeah, Manny leading just about every good category.
How can I not mean to do it? What are you doing? I put 2 chips out.
James, Ace Jack, he'll raise. Yeah, from the button after a limp from Kevin C. But steady, he'll make a call with tens. Ace high flop, James jumps further into the lead, or into the lead. Steady did have a pair of tens.
Will they sell you a copy of this thing?
Less than buddy.
6 on the turn, relative brick.
It's on there for free, buddy.
I can't. I mean, I could.
I'll send it.
Huh?
I'll send it.
And the flop check is going to get, by James, is going to get steady to take a stab here, thinking his tens could be good.
I'd like to be able to play it. I'm
You
not
saw
sure
it
what
quick,
that kid's going to do with it all. Is it gonna fail?
I just thought the texture and I thought it.
Yeah, and I quit making predictions, but I did suspect he'd just flat there, and the river's a king.
There's like some high chance
Yeah, 250.
Let's see if steady takes another stab, and he is going to take another stab.
the video.
He throws in some peanuts.
Gets a snap call from James. And
Yeah, 2 pounds. And then I was like, shit, he got that fucking flush already.
Yeah, 2 pair.
I think that's an okay block bet or on the river there by steady. It's very small, doesn't have to work very often. There are some busted draws that James might fold out for a tiny bet like that, but not the case with top pair.
But I mean, also, I thought it was.
Well, I have a complaint.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you after stream.
There's 2 kings. Wasn't there 2 kings?
Correct. You already
And
complained
a
about.
10. And like a 7. So it's like, I think I have the best bet. And like an 8. So I was
No,
like,
I actually don't have a complaint.
Probably like 7, 8 kings.
Nothing to say
7,
about
8
here.
king, 10 king.
TCH is the best card club
It
in
was
the
good size-
world.
It was good size on the river. 300 is
Yeah.
32
Oh, this
days.
is a great club.
Probably
Yeah,
have
Not
this
just
year.
the state of Texas. This is.
I just, yeah, I mean,
It's gorgeous. It's just, but it's just everything about it, the amenities. I like the people.
It's amazing. It's nicer. It's nicer than a casino.
Carter.
And I think it's nicer than a casino.
Oh, yeah. No,
And it's just the card. Oh, yeah. I've never had an issue with a TCH employee ever.
Got a raise from Kevin Y.
Good idea, Kevin. They've all been very
8-9. He'll get a call from Manny with a suited king on the button.
A little bit.
4 ways.
Agree, Bones.
Queen high flop.
Check.
Gut shot for the 9-8s, but steady Eddie blocks it.
Yeah, king high good for Manny.
Yeah, and amazingly good.
Yeah,
If you
4
look at the
ways.
percentages.
Never had an issue. Except the other day when a dealer boxed my cards with no cord
Yeah,
motion.
Barber and Kevin Y blocking each other. Steady with just jack high.
And I didn't announce full. But, you know, it's okay. It's okay. That's the first time it's ever happened to me at TCH.
Then that's a transfer is ready for you. Table 3.
Well, you know, I had
Kevin
my
Y will
cards
take a
right
stab,
for
though, and
chips, you know. The dealer's just
not a lot of reason for anybody to call this
I did
bet.
not protect my cards. I know what the ruling is, you know. But TCH made it right, you know.
Barber could conjure up some turn cards that would be good for his hand.
I don't know. It's very rare for me to have a
get a
point.
job.
I think he's going to lean toward a fold, though.
Never.
Obviously, the 6 is his gen card, or 6 of spades, of course, would be the absolute perfect.
Oh, it was a call.
Wait. That was a tip.
Yeah, he took it as a set.
Yeah, he took it as a set. You might want to be more clear.
Yeah,
I thought it was
looked
also
like a call to me. I asked him before I threw it. Oh.
But still, I don't know.
I understood.
I thought you were asking Kevin actually if you could just like run it down.
I don't talk to Kevin when I'm in a hand with him.
That's a good point.
It's my only rule.
Okay.
Good bet.
So a little bit of minor controversy there. I don't think Kevin was that serious, but
Order next time.
Yeah.
Barber threw out the nickel to Jesse
Yeah, I'll throw
before he mucked his cards, and KY immediately said,
Toss it all the way down.
"That's a call."
Yeah,
in
he
a
was,
tournament, they would absolutely hold him to it.
and he was very kindly asking for a run out from Jesse and giving him a little tip, or a nice tip, $5 for running out.
$5 for a little work.
Yeah, you got to be a little careful if you still have cards and you flick a chip in. That does qualify as a call.
I'm gonna not make the joke.
What?
Certainly not his intent, though.
Just let anywhere just
That's not true. That's not true. I don't go to Taco Bell.
That's good. I got that. I'm very proud.
But Whataburger's not
Actually
bad.
had kind of a close call as well in the summer warm-up last week. There was a multi-way, good-sized hand in progress, and the player next to me, who was in the hand, I was not, started to call out the action that had happened, but without making. So he goes, so call, raise, yada yada. And it was clearly not his intent, but he did get a very clear warning from the dealer. If you're gonna recite what has happened, be sure that if you sit there and you say call and the action's on you, that's a call.
Yeah. I've seen people do that a lot.
Yeah.
We had a gentleman in the table last night that you could not, because of his heavy accents, you couldn't tell the pot from call.
Yeah.
And every time he said call, we both look at him. He was also potting a lot. The only bet he knew how to make was pot. So he never made like a value bet where he put out 12,000. It was always pot. And for those of you that play at Card House and know Min the Merciless, Min does that. We're on pot. But this gentleman was speaking in low enough tone that when he's like, oh, we'd all look at him. And I finally told him, I said, sir, just to save confusion and my heart rate, would you just put out a call? If you just put one chip out, it's a call.
It's going to take a while.
So just put your call out there. You don't have to say it. Just save your pots for pot. Your verbals for pot.
And actually, that's kind of one of the beauties of the mechanics of poker is we have some hearing impaired deaf players that play here. You don't in fact have to say anything if you do not want to. You can act entirely silently, or obviously
close friend of mine that I play here with. Won't mention by name. I don't know if you care, but completely deaf, and he'll hold up his fingers. If he wants to bet 24,000, he'll do 24.
Yep.
And then he'll put it out, or he'll put the chips out correctly. And it's kind of a good lesson for everybody that you don't have to verbalize anything. And verbalizing is generally where people make a mistake.
Yeah.
Now, they may throw one chip out when they meant to raise. And he also has a very distinct motion he does for all in. So, pushing his hands forward and up, both of them. So I think everybody knows what he's doing all the time. So if a man that doesn't speak it is clear for everybody at the table to understand, maybe we should learn from that a little bit. Save the confusion. Although I think there are some players, and y'all can tell me in the chat if you agree or disagree, there are some players that like to cause confusion.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
You think he's lower than
I played with a young lady last night that loves to create confusion.
Yeah, exactly. I got kings, I got ace king.
I actually called her out to the table the other day because every time somebody was about to make a bet, she'd grab a big stack of her chips and move it like she was going to go all in. And I said, you do that angle one more time, we're going to have a problem.
I'll take the apology.
Yeah, don't angle, folks.
Now I'm only second lowest.
Pretty rare, though. I really haven't.
No, you don't see it very often.
Yeah.
That's why it's so easy to shame people into not doing it.
He's still a champ.
I've also seen where you got to kind of know the player, too. Some people are very new to the game and do something that's an accidental angle, and they don't even know.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even know how to take advantage of the information, really.
Yeah.
And some players will get upset. This was clearly not intentional. So.
And I did tell her when she tried to explain, I was just checking to see how much I originally bought in for it. I said, no, you just did it the last four hands in a row.
Yeah.
So that it's not a mistake anymore. So I do verify because we do have so many young players that we don't want to, and I'm very patient at the table and try to get the people around me to as well, to explain to, we've had a lot of young men now the skill's out, hit 18 and they come in and I want them to play and have a good time, have a good experience. But I'll say, okay, just so you know, if you act out a turn too many times, they'll penalize you. So, you know, you get anxious. You want to always, my dad used to say this to me all the time, and the chat people know this. Never mistake ignorance for malice.
Right.
You know, the fact of the matter is the majority of the time, unless you see repeated behavior, it's not really probably malicious.
Yeah.
So kind of operate that way. And nobody likes a salty player that gets offended by everything at the table anyway. So don't be that person. Thus ended the sermon.
We only have 30 minutes, 35 minutes left.
So how many hands are we doing?
While I was preaching, Manny Fresh raised to 35 with King 9.
No, in the 4 hours.
Much the best holding so far. Definitely, Raya's going to give that one a raise paid tonight pretty tightly.
Right per hour. That's what I was saying.
Evan Jack 8 suited, playable. He'll make the call from the big line. Jack 9 suited, Kevin C. And of course, an ace high flop.
The ace deuce would have gotten the best of that.
You have a cleaner in the back?
We don't have a
Manny is going to continue repping the ace, which again, if you're betting pre-flop, is usually your range.
Yeah, instant folds, and he'll take that down.
He disgustingly breaks in his near $75 win.
Stick together.
Obviously not up to his standard tonight.
Is it even worth pulling into that mountain of chips? I mean, it just...
Yeah, just push it back a bit.
He's got one of those old school WSOP stacks when they didn't color up. You see the guys with just a sea of chips.
Yeah. And it looks like downtown, I don't know, Singapore or
Malaysia.
Yeah, what's the big town? Is it Singapore that's the really, really unbelievably modern town in that part?
I think you're right.
Or maybe Hong Kong is.
Well, maybe
the
both.
amazing
I
architecture.
So. But yeah, I believe it is Singapore. If you're a world traveler, let us know in the chat.
Well, that's what his stack looks like. A very tall, dense skyline. As we play a bomb pot. Hand number 90.
He's very generous.
Looks like right now, just a set of queens or a set of kings would be good, and I don't see either one.
Yeah, top 2 for Barber on the top board. It's got some good equity as well, and he also has the straight draw and Bones top set on the top board.
Oh, they're the kings. But yeah, Barber's got to like that because he's open-ended to the nut ace or to a 9, which would also be the nut. And a rainbow both boards.
Yeah, he's in Japan right now.
Not leaning one way or the other.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting decision for Barber. You're not completely in love in a bomb pot with top 2, but you have this up and down straight draw to go with it. It's just.
You been in Japan?
And I had to read those hands fast as they went by, but I did not see a 9. It's always good in a bomb pot to think about card removal. How many of your outs are removed by just the myriad of cards that are out there?
Wow, and Barber does make the call.
Hoping that there's dead money in there somewhere that Kevin Y calls. He does have top 2 on the bottom. So actually, nothing else really. I mean, he's got ace queen. He could hit the jack.
Yeah, he's also not a whole lot more. He already committed 200, so he'll complete. And we've got a big bomb pot.
And those are
brewing.
Complete blanks. Although Barber does pick up a heart draw. So his equity is pretty even right now
Yeah, I don't know.
with bones.
All I saw
Pretty
was-
special turn cards there because the equities were pretty close on the flop, and they're still very close after the turn.
I wish we could run this in a graphic that you could show it. But if that had been a diamond on the top,
I don't know.
to where Kevin had picked up the nut diamond and Bones had picked up a diamond draw as well, it would have been really interesting to see how that affected these equities pretty extremely.
Yeah, and Bones still has the nuts on the top, and he is not slowing down. He is going to pot it and put these guys to a test.
Great strategy.
Yeah, I think this will likely earn him the pot.
Yeah, it's just too difficult.
Although Barber with 13,
Did he just shove?
Yeah, Barber has only had 1,300 behind, so he's getting huge odds to. He may be good on the top. Has a draw to the nuts on the bottom. Knows he can never be dead, and
If Kevin does fold, though, watch the equity shift because the kings are good right now on the bottom. Barber has nothing on the bottom. So if Kevin does fold this hand, you're going to watch Bones's his equity just shoot through the roof because Barber's on a draw on both boards.
yeah, now Kevin getting some ridiculous pot odds. Has to call 1,400 to win. Well, he likely knows he's not scooping, but well, he could scoop. He has some scoopability. Yeah, and if he calls, in theory, if he scooped, it's 1,400 to win.
And this is going to be
Over
our
7.
largest pot of the night. Already 59.72 in there.
He'll make the fold, and Jesse rips the rivers, and Bones is going to scoop this. And
Wow.
Barber just running pretty poorly tonight, and Bones played patient, picked up small and medium pots, and he's now squarely in the winner circle.
Dude, how many times have I said that?
I didn't think you were that weak.
That a bomb pot can either make, and Barber unfortunately has to leave there. He's like, I've enjoyed all this I could stand. It's
Barber had a million
a bomb pot. It can either make a good night of Hold'em gone bad, or a bad night of Hold'em gone good.
Absolutely.
In one fell swoop, Bones went from being down as he was most of the night, or right around even, to being up 1.6.
I've had that be so true that I walk out of here with a nice profit thinking I played really great poker, and then I realize, oh yeah, all I did is really scoop a big bomb pot. I start to question myself. Of course.
I will think about that a lot. I actually had the other night, I was up 1,300, I want to say, on a $300 buy-in.
Very nice.
Yeah, it was very nice. But when somebody said, oh man, you must have got smacked. You only played for 2.5 hours. Somebody said, well, you got smacked in the face with a deck. I said, no, I scooped 2 large palm pots.
100% that'll do it.
And there were 2 of them were, or both of them were, the other 2 guys were all in. So, and one of them I couldn't believe what I won with on the second board. But sometimes that happens. We were all on the one board that I had the nuts on.
Like a 2-pair hand that you won with on the
bottom board.
Yeah, the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I win a board with
And
2-pair,
terrible 2-pair. It was like 3rd and 5th
oh wow,
pair.
yeah,
It was like 10-6, I want to say.
yeah. Those always feel like.
And I'm bombing
gift.
at it because I knew I had the stone cold on the top.
I'll just say I saw black.
Very much like that, I had top set and then the turn pair. So I only get beat by the quads.
Okay, because I'm pretty sure that's what I saw.
And then I think that the 6 came on the bottom, which made the quads impossible. So
Flush draw here for Manny is a paired board.
It's just when you lifted up your cards, like, to muck them. Like,
Kevin
it's just
C.
barely-
will
I
bet.
was just looking in that direction.
10-7 does pick up a gutter ball on the turn.
Just an accident.
Is ahead with 10 high, and a pair of 5s on the river for Manny is actually going to give him the best hand. It's just how he's been running tonight, unless Kevin wants to bluff at this. He does bet 100, and he's just going to get snapped by Manny with bottom pair. And
wow. Yeah, Manny knows he's not to be messed with tonight.
wow.
Miss, man, you can't miss.
Up over 9K with that pot.
All right, well, folks, I'm gonna have to leave the room here. I need to borrow some money from Manny.
Yeah.
But I'll be able to look it up when I get home.
Hey, Manny, could I borrow a stack of green? You won't even notice it's gone. Always fun to have that obnoxious stack of chips.
Yeah.
You look like a man's been to Thailand.
It's hard not to resent the person that has them, though. It really is. You're like, oh.
Well,
especially when they've just been lucky as hell.
Although I will say, if there's somebody that I deem to be a weaker player and I see that monster stack, I'm very happy they have all those chips.
Yep. And you know, that's what with the older experienced players, even when they're not older, they're just experienced, will kind of look at each other like, those suckers are in play.
Yeah, yeah. or the look people will give each other when maybe a wild, somewhat weaker player scoops miraculously a bomb pot, and now all of a sudden they have a big old pile of chips. Nobody leaves that table unless they absolutely have to.
Really? Yes. Yes.
That's very astute
Pair,
of you.
You look like I do not want to be on
pair of
the
sixes
opposing
Yeah,
side.
for Kevin C.
He won a lawsuit against one of my best friends.
Did he actually?
I didn't just lose it.
But Manny is going to be the better with his pair of deuces, and of course he'll win.
Jury trial,
He bet it.
Why not?
and after it was over with,
First to bed wins that
I
hand.
told him, I said, we got to, while the jury was out, I said, if you can settle this for anything, whatever you bet.
Jesse's made more money from Manny tipping when he wins the pot than most of the players have won tonight.
Sent a message out
Oh
to the
my
judge
gosh.
asking if they were limited in the amount of damages.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's why he is the best play-by-play man in poker. Because he'll save the best line to the end of the stream.
Oh my God.
I've never heard that one before.
Can we put Jesse on the leaderboard? I think he's third.
Yes, I think he is.
That's the truth.
I'm going to tell Jesse that when we're done.
That was my
I'll say,
one and
Jesse,
only
guess
jury
what?
trial
We
where I was
we
in
ran
charge
the
of it.
stacks at the end, and you were in third place.
I mean, if you lost that hard, your client must have had to.
Kevin Y raising up a pair of sixes.
Well,
and-
how many times have we seen sixes?
well, one thing we know he will not be flopping a set, as Evan and Manny both have a six.
Yeah, if it does, then Jesse may get
And oh,
run
by
out
the
the
way,
door. If it does.
Manny 3-betting. He has no quit in him. He's
I
going
would-
to keep
and I was
the
going
momentum
through
going and raise up his
Yeah.
suited connector.
I mean, at some point, like a certain amount of money. Like at some point, a certain amount of money.
And Kevin's had enough. He's going to 4-bet
He's
with his
enjoyed
sixes.
all of this he could stand, Manny.
They're not
Yeah.
gonna settle because like it's the same as like straight up losing the maximum.
Do you ever get on a night like this, which this is pretty huge,
Pretty
on a
special.
really good night, do you ever get to a point that you know that you would normally call, but you're like, it's just, I'm good. I'm not going to go play this hand
you're going to get away with it.
against this player, even though I know they're steamy.
I hate admitting it, but absolutely I've done that for sure. Yeah. Or the nights where you've just run hot and you're like, well, this is speculative. But I think I'll just sit this one out.
Yeah. Why am I gambling?
I'm not going to put myself in a tough spot after winning all this money. And I know that is not the right approach. You should always be going for max value.
And
But we're all
people
human.
people always say I don't like the poker gods term because I'm way too monotheistic for that.
Likewise.
I never liked that. But you get I'm not going to tempt the numbers. I'm not going to tempt the mean. The mean is there for a reason. So if there's an old saying, if that was the best wave you could possibly surf, then get out of the ocean.
Yeah, it's like an internal variance pendulum, and you know that you've been way on the right side of that. At some point, it's going to course correct.
Yeah, the law of probability is in your mind.
Yeah.
If you've got any math in your head at all.
You're in really bad shape.
Like I'm playing like a 4, 5,
Like I heard, like someone said, I heard some good advice, but like get an attorney where.
For all the game theory and mathematicians out there, though,
Like them, they're so abrasive.
we will, or I will acknowledge
That's this
that
guy. We didn't like this guy.
one hand has no impact on what happens on the next hand. They're all an independent event, so some of that momentum is all created in our head, but It can feel very real when you're at the
But
table.
the mean is also real.
Yeah.
That given an infinite number of iterations,
I just said no.
Yeah.
the mean will always be there. There is always going to be a chop.
Oh,
You know, there's always going to be a 50-50 equation. It's just you never get to infinity because it's not a real number. But
And I think the key too is when you remember that is always try to spin it in a positive way for yourself. And what I mean by that is, let's say you run kings into aces. It's a good time to remind yourself that just as many times I'm going to be the guy with aces when somebody else has kings. It'll come around.
yeah,
So
it'll
you
come
took
back.
it- or you took- or you're still
His bones
on
takes one down with
You're on
the open ender.
contingency usually, or
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I get that
That's
guy
why
now.
those hands don't bother me.
Right.
As much as I'd like to have been irritated last
Shit
night
rose about it.
at having 65% of the chips with 7 to go and not even cashing,
For a shitload.
I also know PLO. And the statistical probability of the 4 hands that I lost,
something like that.
I think there was one bad call in there, but it was the last hand and I kind of was pot committed.
Couldn't believe it.
The statistical probability of the 3 hands that I lost
Been having so much fun with all
was
these
in my
guys.
favor. But it's PLO, and that's the variance that we always talk about, is that as well as I ran early, I kind of had the pendulum swing back on me.
30 minutes
I would have rather just folded everything until we got to the money, but I can't play poker that way. I've never been able to.
Especially with PLO, the edges are just so much thinner than no limit hold'em. You're just hardly ever going to have
Yeah,
as
the
much
equity,
equity.
the equity spread is so thin. I mean, we look at these equities and we say, oh, wow, 62% for 10 and 8.
600 hours not
You
bad.
never have 68% three-handed.
I don't really
Yeah.
know
PLO.
for- it depends
Not on the
what
flop.
kind. People are so specialized.
Maybe if you flop quads or something extreme, but yeah,
Aside from the outliers.
The
Yeah.
Nirvanas,
on
all the
regular
lawyers now
hands.
wanna be able to
Right.
charge us
Manny, of
$1,000
course, with the
an
best
hour and
hands.
brag about it.
Absurd.
Steady Eddie could hit a 9,
Because, like,
6, 7,
and
800
frankly,
to
he
1,000
could hit a
an hour for
jack and
bankruptcy attorney.
10 and
It's
win
not
this hand.
unreasonable given the complexity
Instead,
of what
Manny,
they do and what
he'll
they
still
do.
have the best hand here on the river.
If somebody bets, oh, they all check.
And then nothing for a year.
This is
You gotta get it while the-
getting comical.
Yeah, it's
Manny
getting-
will take another one.
Well, I tell you what, nobody's laughing at the table, but yeah, we see the comedy, they see the tragedy.
specialize in special needs.
Manny, really fun character away from the table as well.
Be able to absorb all the
If we had a post game show, he would have a great time breaking down the session because
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sure he's enjoying himself the most.
Yes, I certainly would.
Probably in the building.
Yeah, but he's also very respectful and
Oh,
not
yeah.
celebrating anything. Or
Right.
one of the things that irritates me at the table is when somebody gets really lucky and then
Can't
celebrate.
imagine it being
I
that
get it.
special needs trust.
Especially when the loser of the cooler or the bad beat is sitting right there. They just got eliminated from the tournament or lost a huge cash game pot. Don't rub it in their face.
Yeah,
Be a grown up.
You know, there's a thing in ethics and morality where they talk about the shopping cart factor, where the middle ground for whether you're a net positive or net negative to society is the shopping cart. Do you or do you not take it back to the rack?
Yeah.
The smallest of things. And if you don't, you potentially are a net negative to society. Now, maybe you just got a bad foot, but you know. And I think that with poker, the celebration is the shopping cart. If you could win a hand and wait till the person leaves before you just wait, or
Yep.
maybe just go outside, or just maybe subdue it 10 notches. That's the equivalent of putting the shopping cart away.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you don't have to go this extreme, but in a tournament recently, I ran queens into aces. I rivered a queen in a big pot. We both had decent sized stacks. I just stared at the board, didn't look up, didn't even move. Really, just waited for the pot to be pushed my way. Let the guy leave the table.
Never heard this song.
And
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I heard
Yeah,
it one
that,
time.
I mean, we've all played poker with people we don't like, but I pride myself to some degree. It's a forced thing because there are times I want to celebrate, as Kevin does call with the ace queen, the better hand, and then nails it.
Oh, I know
So
this.
he's gonna bet here.
What?
Oh, he checks,
Oh, yeah.
and he's gonna induce a
I know it's
He was
early
like-
No, I
for me,
guess he may be
32
worried about
already.
the tens at this point, but a $300 bet on
Physically big.
a board like this is probably going to get a call from him.
But in the early 2000s,
Kevin has a non-existent memory of how his night is going. That's why he often recovers. And he does make the call.
And I would venture to guess a lot of that has to do with just pure confidence in his game. He's been a consistent, obviously I don't know his numbers, but quite sure he's been a consistent winner for a very long time. So
Yeah,
he knows
his
that
game's pretty well validated in his mind. I don't talk to Kevin very much, so I don't really know what his current status or where he's at or what. And he's a very private person, but I know that he doesn't stop working on his game. He's too good at what he does to sit on his, what do they say, rest on your laurels. Which nobody in Texas knows what a laurel is.
I don't either, but I know the saying.
Oh.
Unless we're talking about mountain laurel.
No, and there was a laurel that people used to put bushes. But
Yeah, we got Kevin with queens and the other Kevin with ace king.
what in the world is Kevin White doing getting a hand that Manny's supposed to get?
I know this song. I know
Matter of fact, if this was Manny, he'd have ace king and queens.
Black straight.
And what does Kevin C want to do? Kevin Y not super deep at the moment, and here's the 4-bet.
Black. Oh, black.
Okay. Wait. So wait, were they actually like the
Pretty
Backstreet
small
Boys
4-bet.
back of the era?
They had don't leave.
Smidge above a min raise.
Is that
Kevin elects to go with a flat.
Is it the French one? Is it a remake of the Mimikini Pop? That's a really popular French one. Don't leave. Mimikini Pop.
805 to a flop between the Kevins, and
Okay, so
Kevin
probably
C
wasn't a
will
classic
spike the ace,
remake of
take the commanding lead, and I think that's really going to shut things down. Kevin C just has all the aces here.
Yeah, being the 4-bet, it's unfortunate for KY, but
You know what it was? I started taking
inevitable.
these
He's
12
just
shots,
too cold.
like literally injecting them.
He may get sticky for one street because it's a
You all
nice
should try it.
sizing by Creek.
I do.
Yeah.
You want me to
And
bring
even
some? I
though-
can actually bring you an
Yeah, nice fold by Kevin Y. I mean, basically, in this configuration, you have to ask yourself, really the only thing I'm beating is if he 4-bet me with jacks and chose to represent the ace.
Bam, right in the
That's
leg.
about the only scenario where your queens are going to be good there. I'm sure y'all can think in the chat of other scenarios, but
Well, we're
one good
starting to
example.
even out the greens in the, at least in numbers, but not in the numbers. In the number of people, yes, we have 8 players and we got 4 in the red and 4 in the green, but not in the totals. Bones has turned that night around with a scooper bomb pot. But otherwise, if it was not for a scooper bomb pot, about 96% of total winnings would be sitting on the side of Manny.
I thought about taking lipotropic shots. I really need to get on Adderall.
Onto a bomb pot.
My wife's pushing
Hop
me
in the chat with us here, folks. We're coming or nearing our close. We finish at about 10 o'clock Central Time.
Get the fat shot.
The fat shot, lipotropic shot, lipotropic. No Wegovy, right? No Wegovy or Ozempic.
Checks around to a turn.
I can't take Wegovy or Ozempic.
Or turns.
On the way
Or Moderna or whatever.
Moderna? That wasn't excluded, was it?
Yeah, I think it was. I definitely would not have agreed if you could take the fat shot.
But you said I could take Adderall. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You approved Adderall. I just need to go to the psychiatrist 3 times and have them evaluate me.
Manny and Kevin Y with the most equity. May have a hidden hand here, and yes, somebody had to have more. Evan with a big hand.
I feel like this guy's on Adderall.
On what?
Are you on Adderall?
No, no.
He hasn't said a word.
Yeah, he's too focused in.
calm,
He's not
cool.
That's what I wasn't saying Adderall. I took Adderall for 6 years.
If you're gonna pick one guy on Adderall,
Manny will bet with his flush draw
What's he?
and
If we're gonna pick 9,
straight draw.
who's likely on Adderall? He would be number 9.
Get a call from Evan, Bones, and Kevin Y.
I'll tell you back on Adderall. You don't talk, hyper focus. A lot of people.
To the river here.
It makes you not talk. It's supposed to calm you down. I took Adderall.
Well, last time I took Adderall, my brother brought it to a casino.
And Bones and Evan will arrive with the best hands.
15 hours.
Up all night, man.
Evan making a boat on the bottom board.
Just drinking and woohooing. And
Bones with a set of 10s, or excuse me, 10s full on the top board.
I wouldn't be surprised if Kevin. No, Kevin's too healthy to take Adderall.
Only losing to aces and 8s. And he will raise. And Evan's gonna fold here, and understandably, when you have kind of the bottom middling part of the boat facing a huge bet like that, you have a pretty one-way hand. Tough to continue, and Bones is going to scoop this one, and that's going to be the first big chunk out of Manny's stack here.
Huh?
Bones is going to win a $4,000 bomb pot.
Wow.
Now who's son running?
Yeah.
To our earlier point, Bones slightly stuck early, and now the second biggest winner with a pretty good night, up 3.8K.
Hard time managing my envy here.
So a quick reminder, everybody, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, get alerted for our regular Wednesday night cash game stream, as well as our special events like we had on Monday with the final table of the summer warm-up. I'm Kyle Frisbee, he's Uncle T.
What happened to your arm?
Be with you a few more minutes till about 10 o'clock Central.
How young? 20s? That makes sense. What happened?
Manny's going to turn a pair of aces and
Really?
vault into the lead.
You have to go to the hospital?
Kevin C will make the call with the king of spades and a pair of 5s. Unable to improve, and Manny will bet and take it.
Charge 600 an hour. 600 an hour, you can put a nickel out?
I just couldn't put it out there. I just couldn't put a nickel out there. There's something wrong with it. I understand.
Ooh, that's a base hit. And throw the run.
Flop 2 pair and river of full house.
And that's a walk-off.
Oh.
Unreal.
Wow, why are they running?
LSU made a hell of a comeback with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th.
Is that the pitcher, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Completely blew it.
Well, the left fielder is the one that blew it. He had a chance to end the game, and he fucked up the play. Okay.
Is it 25 or 20?
Man, that's a big game, right?
I know you said it like 7 times, but is it 25
No, that's
or
a
20?
call.
Oh, okay. Good call.
Kevin C says no more limping. He'll make it 50.
No Larry
King jack.
Lippers.
Got to keep the VPIP at 23%.
Probably still there.
After this call, yeah.
Yeah, 3 calls.
What's up, money?
5 players.
688.
4 check.
That is an open ender for James.
5 bet 75.
With the most equity. Just his draw. And he'll bet it. and likely take this one down. And does.
At least that.
We're staying after hours tonight. You are?
Final chance to hop in the chat and talk to Uncle T and I. We will do our best to respond. Also, a quick reminder, we do have our summer series coming July 15th through the 28th. Over $600,000 in guarantees, as well as the club throwing in $25,000 for the top players of the series in a point system. First place in that system will get 10 grand.
Yeah.
A lot of reasons to come enjoy the summer series here at TCH Social.
Runner.
Bones raising up ace queen suited. He'll get a couple of calls and a favorable board. Top pair. Second best kicker, but Kevin C does flop a flush draw with a gutter to a wheel, so he actually has the most equity. And he'll immediately get there with the flush. Four on the river, flush still good for Kevin C. Just gonna go for some value. Goes with a pot size bet. And Manny thinking this one over with just a pair of fives. I think he's gonna lean toward a fold and see if Bones is going to pay this one off. He's going to think it over. He will make the call. So Kevin C will take that one down. Nice hand for the gentleman in seat 4.
I need to go 3.5x bigger.
The button now?
No, more than that. What am I talking about? A lot more.
100%.
So definitely a charitable.
Can you bring me a bag of peanuts?
Definitely terrible. Thank you.
Thank you.
King Queen for Kevin Y. He'll raise under the gun. It's a call from Evan with deuces. Kevin C, queen 9 off. Does have the button. Five ways to a flop. 9-8-3, couple of spades. Top pair for Kevin C and open ender for Steady Eddie.
TVs are nice.
They do have nice TVs. And here at TCH Social, we have a, I'm going to guess,
Eddie will bet his draw.
With all your favorite sports games. We have a pool table, we have chess with the time clock, we have a shuffle.
It's a call from Evan with the deuces, and
for all our members here at TCH Social.
actually gets top pair to fold, and so Steady makes a pair of sevens on the turn, and he's way ahead here. Pair of sevens good on the river. Checks over to Evan. Evan does obviously have showdown value, but
cold pressed juice.
Oh, pardon me. Graphics were wrong. So Kevin C has not folded top pair, and
Apples, celery.
he will actually be the winner of this pot.
Thank you. There's two other kinds too.
Apologies on the graphical error there.
I haven't had them, but I'm sure they're delicious because TCH Social only offers the best.
On to hand 104. We have been told we will finish on hand 107, so a few more to go here. I want to thank everybody who has watched us live and those who will be watching in the future on YouTube.
How do you watch in the future? It sounds like a science fiction novel.
You go to TCH Live, you click the thumbnail that happened today, and watch in the future.
Actually, it was higher than that.
Yeah, and go watch our stream at RGV. Shout out to my buddy down there doing the commentary.
Got a raise from Evan with another pocket pair. This one a pip better. It's got trays and Manny in there with nines. Eight, 4, 5, couple of spades. Does give Steady Eddie a wheel draw, although very unlikely with Evan having a pair of threes.
Yeah, Evan just not having had hardly anything to play tonight. Has not been involved in a lot of hands. Getting dominated here. Bones gets the 5. Nope, sorry, that was a misread. It was not a 5 on the turn. It was a 6.
Yeah,
so actually, Evan...
9's still good for Manny.
Yeah. Evan could hit a 7 or a deuce. He did fold.
Steady Eddie's going to bet his draw. The call from Bones.
I would agree.
Thank you. I've been in there once and never.
And as has been a theme, Manny's going to arrive on the river with the best hand. 760 in the middle. And I believe he ripped.
I've been asking to get in.
Not sure if that graphic's correct. Did Bones bet 325? Not totally sure.
Yeah, I think we lost the action track a little bit there. And the amount was not 875, I don't believe. It might have been close. Don't know exactly. But the bottom line is that, as has been the case all night long, Manny wins. They have a saying in European football. If everything is exactly even in European football, if everything is absolutely even, the Germans win. And I think tonight, if everything was exactly even, Manny would still win a hand. If you chopped, he'd probably get more money.
Yeah, it's a good thing we have new felts on the way, because Jesse's just about worn out the path between him and Manny's seat, just pushing him chips and piles of chips.
Yeah. And it's that place we have that nice little scar from our trophy that cut the felt way back when. Yeah, I saw them measuring that. I guess I told you about that last Monday. So, top for Kevin Creek. Not much for anybody else. Gut shot to the queen for Steady Eddie.
They'll be limited.
Steady betting his draw. Or excuse me, maybe fold or call. We'll get this caught up here.
Board straightens out a little bit. Don't know if that last card was exactly right. Steady is still in the hand. If that 10's correct, he does hit a pair. And now he still has his queen draw. He's got the big spade. So he's going to stick around here.
Queen, 10, or king.
And now, unfortunately, although it straightens out the board, Creek hits 2 pair. We've seen this kind of board once before between Kevin and Barber. Kevin Y and Barber.
Yeah, Kevin will bet his 2 pair, and not much for Steady to do.
No.
He'll lay it down.
No.
Really bad timing.
I'm sorry.
So this will be our final no-limit hand of the night. We will finish on a bomb pot.
Yeah, just want to thank everybody. Keep in mind that we will be playing a live stream next week. It's a small private game, 1-2. And then we are back to the 5-5 game.
Wow, you're already folding my hand.
Once again, remember, July 16th, we'll be having the 08 Greg Bale, author of Scoop and the follow-up books to Scoop 2, 3, and I think 4. We'll be having a live stream with him.
Appreciate you trying to speed up the game.
You like to play in that? You like to play 08? Potentially it's going to be a round of each. Talk to Greg about that, but join us for that. That'll be a fun game to call. And I think Samantha and Lottie will both probably be playing that. So
Yeah, probably.
Kyle and I will do our best to try to cipher out that mixed game. I do like 08.
And can you believe it? Nope. We did have a graphical error. Manny does not, in fact, flop trips. May need the overhead shot here. Yeah, just a pair for Manny, but still good.
Now you got Tourette's.
I'm a high energy person.
Manny will win again.
That's good.
I'm a massive extrovert.
Actually,
I haven't gotten out.
Germans win.
Because your wife won't let you out of the house.
No. My wife wants to
yeah,
do
just the one, if really only one thing not going Manny's way is getting scooped by Bones in that one pot, but he certainly had plenty of chips to take one hit.
Hand of the last hand bomb pot.
Jones, Emily's her name.
A chance for all red numbers to, well, possibly, except for Kevin, to break even.
You get 2 scoops in a row. Sizable.
Let's
Let's
find out.
Let me scoop you. Come on.
Once again, this is TCH Social Austin, Texas, our live stream.
Wow. Can't every hand be scooped though?
5-5-10 with a bomb pot to wrap us up. 7/8 the nuts on the bottom. Set of aces of the nuts on the top.
Looking for some equity here.
Manny does have the 7/8.
Top 2 for Kevin Y on the top board.
Nothing scary than flopping the nut straight. And he does bet 125.
Do we have somebody with a diamond draw? Looking for diamonds here.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
I didn't see diamonds when I rolled through the first time. Graphics go pretty quick.
Manny will bet his straight.
And the board does pair, which is exactly why you hate flopping the nut straight.
Yeah, flopping the nut straight, if you've played enough bomb pots, does not even make you excited.
And Ace Jack boats up, so if Kevin takes a real hard stab at this, he's going to scoop it. With the 3 9s on the board, that is almost impossible for Manny to call.
Yeah, and look like, yeah, Kevin Y goes full pot.
And the great thing about Kevin, if he gets snapped here, he's like, well, yeah, he's got the 9.
Yeah, good comeback.
Yeah, I don't see how Manny can find a call here.
He's just got nothing on the top.
Yeah, you're calling to chop.
He doesn't even have a pair. He's got 10 high. Literally would be 10-8, Jack, Ace on the top would be called, but of course he knows that's no good.
A little bit of a card funeral on the last hand, but no reason for that man to be sad. It has been the night of Manny.
No, and frankly, he kind of needs a hand like that to bring him back down to earth, right?
Yeah. Poker is still reality. Well, what a stream. It's been all Manny all night. Kevin Y will take down that last one. As Uncle T said earlier, we will be back with a special stream, some 1-2 action, a private game next week at the same time, 6 o'clock Central. And that'll do it for tonight from Austin, Texas. I'm Kyle Frisbee. He is Uncle T. I want to thank everybody who has watched us live. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, she's going to have the
No, I finished it
list when she comes out.